There we go. Okay, folks, this is it. Um, Welcome everyone to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Today is Tuesday, November 14th, and it's actually 4 o'clock. We're starting on time today. Let's see. We got Stephen just rolled in. Stephen, you're supposed to be at the jury. Guilty as charged.
Guilty.
Abby Camp. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So we actually have everybody except Carrie today. All right. So welcome everyone to this meeting of the Historic District Commission. For those of you in the room, those few of you in the room, we have a couple of ground rules. One is to mute your cell phones during the meeting. Two, let us know if you plan to record any portion of the meeting on your own device. And for those of you on Zoom, please be very careful to stay muted until you want to speak. And then you'll be recognized and all of your questions, comments, etc., should be run through the chair. We do have one member who is going to be on Zoom, so all of those votes will be done via roll call. Any that do not involve Diane can just be done by voice vote. And I think that's it for now. So first of all, let me check. Diane, are you with us? Diane, I think you're muted.
Here I am. I'm here. I've been on
Okay,
since
perfect.
3:30.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
So we have the regular board. We have the full regular board. So can I have a motion to approve today's agenda first, please?
So move.
That was from Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, we have an approved agenda, everybody. So there we go. Let's see. Next order of business is the necessity or lack thereof of including minutes with every old business application. This is on because I've been getting a number of comments, etc., from people saying that the process is taking a long time to go from HDC to building permit, and B, when you have gone from new business, which obviously doesn't require minutes, to old business, the turnaround time, you need to submit the old business minutes. Currently, the procedure at the moment in place is that minutes for any old business application need to be filed with the old business application, correct? I have a hand raised. There is Esme.
So yes, that is correct. So in
Okay.
order to submit for old business, we need minutes. But in order to mitigate and to help clients, agents, applicants, what I've been telling them, and I've spoken to Leslie, is that if the client can submit a cover sheet with the meeting date, the sitting board members, in a small narrative of what was said, that I'll take that in place as minutes. It's just so the
Really? Okay.
Mr. Chair, in lieu of, since
of-
we're having such a hard time with our new minutes taker getting them in a turnaround process as we were before.
By the way, I thank you both for your input. And I should have said, what we're discussing at the moment is what I would hope to call a stopgap measure, because we do have a real live minutes taker, a la Terry, who is in the process right now, I believe, of getting sort of up and running. So once that's in place, then we can return to that system, because I do understand and believe that, particularly if there has been a lapse of time of weeks or even months between one submission and the next submission, we all tend to forget what's been said. And I think it's very important to be able to have something to refer back to. So I was going to make the distinction between meetings where there was a lot of discussion and a lot of contention as opposed to, oh, change the color of the front door. You know, change the color of the front door to cottage red and you're fine. So yes, Holly, it looks like you want to say, or maybe Esme, yes?
So yes, that's what we're trying to do is anything that it's contentious, a lot of discussion, then we would need that narrative. But if it's like, if you were to motion to approve right here at the table, or staff approvals where you actually write what the motion was, we can process them faster in lieu of minutes.
And if I may, too, to
Yeah.
add on that, also before, because we've been so accustomed to having minutes, I mean, Terry was the next day, as we all know. So we were used to being able to process things ASAP as soon as they were provided to us. Staff was waiting on those minutes to even process the consents and the consent with conditions. That's gone away.
Okay,
Consents are able to be basically stamped the following next couple of days and get those out. So there's no waiting time on that. Using obviously the agenda as this was the proof that it was, you know, on that meeting agenda. And then there's some consent with conditions that require an applicant to actually submit those conditions. Some of them are boilerplate, like your pool, you know, not visible, and we have a stamp,
Right.
as you all have seen. So there are some triages, if you will, to make it so people are not having to wait.
okay. Well, all this is very helpful to hear. Does anyone on the board want to comment on this?
I got a bunch. I'll wait.
Yeah, well, you don't need to wait.
Oh, Bill.
I was gonna say, I'm glad we're doing something because it's extraordinary, the amount of time between
Because of-
sitting at a new business meeting and waiting for an old business meeting.
Yeah, so I have gotten a number of people kind of telling me the same thing, so understood. Thus, the reason that we're discussing this. Stephen,
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. So I think there's quite a few things going on here. One, I'm going to kind of back into this. I think that what would be appropriate and it would protect staff and be part of what ultimately can become a legal process if someone appeals. Diane, did you want to say something?
No.
Okay. Is that consent and consent with conditions? I would suggest that you or whoever is chairing have a spare agenda here. And you simply mark it up as it was approved, as it is approved, and sign it and date it. And then that goes into the file. We don't need a copy of the minutes. If it turns out that somebody is putting in, whether it's appeal related or not, they can get a copy of the agenda. Consents are signed off by the chair at the meeting as it happens. It's done. It's official. There's no question in the future, ready to go. Whether that gets passed out to everybody as a matter of consents come in, maybe there's just a pile of them there that are photocopied, the agenda that was signed by the chair. You get a consent or a consent with conditions, they get their COA, the other copies go, that original copy goes in the file with the approval. Done. That's kind of standard procedure to have some type of memorialization with the application.
okay,
So that's one of them.
yep,
I think the other thing is, and again, I'm kind of backing into this, which was the attaching minutes, is Exhibit A's. I think that we've done a pretty good job, and I think we can do more to make sure that whatever we approve, it has an Exhibit A, no matter how minor, because then it isn't, then the applicant's agent can come down and take a picture of it, or they can come in the office, preferably, I think, make a photocopy of it, and then turn it in with the drawings, and it makes it easier for staff and perhaps staff who aren't as well versed in architectural elements and terminology and concepts of interpreting what board members' handwriting is and so on and so forth. Picture's worth 1,000 words, Exhibit A, done, move on. I think the interim solution, I understand, and I think that a decision needed to be made, and I appreciate it was for a narrative statement. But I think that that's more than potentially tenuous with respect to, prior going-ons and people, for instance, applicants, agents, maybe will occasionally forget something was said. And it could be very important. So I think what I would like to suggest is that minutes would be attached to any application based upon two particular items. One is by request. So for instance, we have, let's use 2 Stone Alley in a multiverse. So we're not talking about a particular application. So in the multiverse, 2 Stone Alley is here for 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, every time we hear that application, we're going to request as a matter of course, hold for revisions, include minutes. Because we want to understand that the example being a historical structure of great importance. This example also including a contentious application. So I would say, one, we would motion for, if we want minutes, we ask for them in the motion. Number 2 would be that I think if anything is submitted, and this is a general policy, we can't do this as a motion, but this could be a policy. I would suggest 30 days. If an application is turned in 30 days after it was heard, include the minutes. Because after 30 days of submitting something, we don't know
forget.
what was said. You know,
But if you don't have the minutes, then what?
Well, no, let me make a distinction.
Yeah.
The 30 days is not as a result of being held up on the minutes. The 30 days is because the applicant just hasn't gotten around to doing it.
so if it's 30 days, I mean, I use 30 days because it's a convenient number.
Yeah.
Four meetings. Well, what if we don't meet one meeting? What if it's too much to keep track of it? It's just simply after 30 days, you turn it in. Somebody can look at it. Staff can look at it and say, gee, this has been 30 days or more. And then it needs the minutes.
Now, the odd irony there, excuse me for
No,
interrupting,
no.
is that like after 30 days, you're probably gonna have the minutes anyway.
Well, exactly.
You know,
We haven't yet.
well, okay. So thank you, Stephen. Anything else?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Elena had reached out to me on minutes. I believe it's Elena, correct? And, you know, just in terms of materials to include, and I advised her what Terry would typically include in terms of text are those things that pertain to the architectural elements and in particular a motion, so that as opposed, if it's a motion for revision, you want to include a list of those architectural elements that there were concerns about. And that is as opposed to, you know, the history of the HDC and why we do what we do and kind of the fluff that is otherwise, you know, just extraneous. So, and then my understanding is that minutes were what? 4 weeks?
September 26th.
6.
Is the last set of minutes.
So 6 meetings behind. And I think, you know, I would suggest that once we get caught up, these issues go away. But in the meantime, I think the by request and submitted more than 30 days would be helpful. Last comment, you know, we do have the best practice that if you don't make substantive revisions in 3 meetings, and I think that we can pick up on that by our responsibility to be sure that we're following our own prior comments, and also to determining whether they're conforming or not to making material revisions by the first part of the potential solution, which is requesting minutes. So, and if for now it's a narrative, I think, you know, we pick up on separately if somebody's turning in a narrative that's rather incomplete, then we would, you know, strongly caution them to knock that off, because it's by our good graces that we're allowing it to happen that way versus waiting for the minutes.
Correct. I feel like those are all very good points. And I do like the idea of, if we feel like an application that we have just reviewed and is clearly going for revisions and therefore resubmitted for old business, if it's contentious, complicated, different viewpoints, then the request along with the motion for there to be attached to the new application, the revisions, the minutes, I think is fair. Because we do want to sort of separate the wheat from the chaff on this one. Yes, Val, I see your hand up over there. That was your hand up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That was just so low and discreet.
Is this person able to at least start now moving forward to have like tonight's meeting?
Do you mean the minute taker, this
Yeah.
person?
Or are we just? In other words, like if they were able to do tonight's meeting and the ones that are way back, check away, I don't know. I just feel like we're never gonna catch up.
That's a good, can I jump in on that?
Yeah.
I think that's a really good point in that if it's possible for the minutes taker, Elena, to be focusing on tonight and then turning around as Terry did a draft during the same week that got posted, we're going to contain this issue going forward, which is to say it's not going to continue. And then the narrative could be utilized by that small number of people looking backwards. And that in itself will be contained because those meetings have already happened. There's six
Yeah.
meetings.
Yep.
So that the ball is the court. There's a court of behind us and in front of us. The one in front of us is settled and we don't have to deal with that otherwise. Otherwise, if we're just waiting for the minutes to get caught up, we're playing both courts.
Yeah,
Does that?
it does.
Yeah, I mean, I
So-
think you're getting my drift.
Yeah.
Definitely. So can one of you, Holly, sorry, but
I do want to just caution the fact that this minutes taker is not just for HDC.
understood.
And this person is doing other aspects for town administration.
Yes.
So I think that could be a request through town administration, but not necessarily for us saying this, it needs to be done this way, but explain the reasons why.
Oh, yeah.
Because, and as, correct me if I'm wrong here, but, she started, what, October? And we've received,
One.
So far, I've received October 3rd, which I'm having to go back and literally listen to the meeting and review because
Okay.
there are some small discrepancies on the minutes. Probably due to cross-talking and et cetera. I did receive yesterday, October 10th, but I still have to finish the thirds first.
I would say that the idea is to put it in as a request to prioritize hopefully we can start implementing this stuff tonight. Move for revisions plus we need to see the minutes of this. And those items, among all the ones that we're reviewing, those items would be like of the highest priority.
Can I?
Yeah.
Look, the unvarnished truth is that when it comes to an appeal, the HDC is the bad guy. And, I think we need to put in a request that's respectful, but, we are not like every other committee and board. Our appeals and our operations on anything contentious or complicated revolve around our minutes. So I think to the extent that the HDC has in the recent past become a topic of discussion as to how it's dysfunctional, we've identified a strong dysfunction. We've identified what we need to remedy it. We need the town administration to sign off on that and move forward with it. So I think our request, again, should be respectful, but it should be very clear that we're looking for the minute taker support that, while maybe not as strong as we're accustomed to, at least gets us over the hump and keeps us over the hump, because otherwise it comes back on us at an appeal where people stand up and say, well, the HDC minutes are behind and you know, and it's inferred from that and mentioned by a couple members of different boards that the HDC doesn't have its act together, when in fact, it's got nothing to do with the HDC. So
Right.
I think that's a reasonable concern to articulate here in front of you all. And I think it's the basis for a request that indicates we need this. We understand it's difficult. We understand that, you know, there are other factors involved, but this is what the HDC requires.
Okay, fair enough.
Plus, we have more meetings, I think, than everybody else.
Oh, of course we do. Okay, well, good discussion. I'm not sure we need to vote on anything. We kind of have, we don't really, so
Can I add
let's just
one thing?
continue down this path. I think we have some more.
Can I add one thing to this
Yes,
conversation?
of course, Joseph, yes.
I guess it's separate from the minutes in a way, but it has to do with clarity and making our job easier reviewing applications. Couldn't the applicant, we ask our applicants to cloud changes. And I know some of these clouds come with descriptions, which I find to be helpful.
Yes,
For instance, you know, Ray said, remove shed dormer, we remove the shed dormer. I mean, I'll sometimes get into that practice of making those annotations. But I guess it gets confusing when we review an old business application. They're not all changes that we've requested. Sometimes the design evolves or the client folds in a change. I'm just curious if there's a way to make a distinction between board requested changes and then either it's a different type of cloud or somehow it's rendered differently. But I do think that when an applicant compares the before and the after on the same page, side by side, then it becomes very easy. When elevations are spread over multiple pages or they're not side by side, or one's at a 16th scale and the other one's at a quarter scale. So I think that there could be much more uniformity in the presentations while still allowing the individual expression of however the architect wants to do their presentation. But I think we could look at those submittal standards. It would help quite a bit. Doesn't cover the minutes issue, but it may make reviewing things go more quickly because you're not trying to, you know, find your way through what's actually changed and why.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, some of the applications that we review are very, very clear in terms of existing house, first submission, second submission, third submission, and you look right down and you can see the whole progression and everything's very straightforward. You don't even require a narrative. And then there's other people that come in, you know, they have to explain everything. And some of the stuff's not even bubbled, you know, which we should be rejecting, but we don't. Good point, Joe.
I mean, I think it would help to coordinate the graphic with the written for sure.
Yeah.
Or at least they would corroborate one another. Oh, okay. They did say change that shed dormer. Here it is clouded and here it is changed.
Right.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I'd like to suggest that Joe would sign up over at the Organizational Focus Committee. And whether it be for this particular project or others in the future. And you know, maybe just run by the schematic of this layout, maybe a couple different options, and then we would weigh in, make a recommendation and present it to the full commission for a vote as part of the checklist presentation of this is part of a complete application. See diagram A and B for your two options that need to materially be met for submissions of any significance. So obviously, if you've got a shed, you know, it's a one-page deal. Even with revisions, it's not a big deal, but anything that's, you know, we can get into the weeds a little bit at Organizational Focus Committee, but I think it's a really valid opportunity for us to make it easier for us to do our jobs, for staff to do their jobs, and for ultimately applicants, even if architects would like to be a little more stylized in their presentation. There needs to be a little vanilla in this.
Yeah, it's not a template that people just insert their drawing
Yeah.
into, but
Well, I was gonna
although I
suggest
mean,
that.
I've
My motion
thought
was
about
gonna
that.
be to make Joe, to vote Joe in as the template, the official template maker for the HDC.
no, I'll take Steve's off.
Okay, all right.
Thanks.
Listen, thanks. These are all issues we've been struggling with for years. Appreciate all of your input. Have we finished for now, anyway?
Nope.
Okay, let's move along. We have consents from which I need to recuse, which means it's to Stephen to chair.
I need to recuse. Does anyone else need to recuse?
I don't know.
Okay, so Chairman Ray Pohl has recused. Motion to approve consents.
So moved.
On your motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane? Abby?
Aye.
Diana, gotcha. Thank you. Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That carries unanimously. You back on?
I'm back on.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're to consent with conditions. Does anyone want to move that?
I'll move that. So
Thank you,
moved.
Val Oliver. So Val Oliver has moved consent with conditions on Val's motion. Diane, thank you.
Aye.
Abby? Oh, yep, thanks, Diane. Abby?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay, Stephen,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that's 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Now we move right along to old business of Halloween night of 2023.
I remember.
The chair, Stephen.
All right, guys. Let's see. Do we have Laura here? Boys and gals. Okay, short-lived remembrance.
We had
Okay,
asked her to bring in a picture of the cottage that was being moved.
yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, speak into the mic, please.
Oh, no, I think it's taken care of. It's just, I think we were asking for more information
Yeah.
about the building
Yeah,
coming.
and she's
onto the
not
site.
here.
I don't see her in the queue.
Okay, so why don't we just hold her for representation? No motion required. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now we're on to new business, also of Halloween 2023. So we have 2 applications for 11 Osprey Way. Do we have somebody to rep?
Yes, sir.
All right, this would be Chris, right?
Correct. Good
All
evening.
right, very good. You're gonna sit off this? Okay. So Chris, for your information, Steven's sitting off. We'll go with Joe. Start a rotation here.
Very good.
So regular board, X Steven plus Joe. All right?
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board and staff. Thank you very much for your time this evening. I just want to give a very brief recent history of this property, which will explain these 2 submittals in front of you tonight. My client purchased this property in October of 2021, and she embarked on 3 projects fairly simultaneously. One was to renovate the existing house, which was built in 1970, with an approved HDC project in 2022. The other was to move an approved demo move cottage from across the street onto a new foundation, which was also approved in 2022. And the third was to put a pool between the 2 structures. This past spring, with the unusual amount of rainfall, this property on the pond experienced an extremely high seasonal high water table, which caused both the crawl space of the existing house and the new basement in the moved cottage to flood. After deciding that after the fact waterproofing methods weren't going to ensure her that this was not going to be a regular occurrence, she halted construction and would now like these 3 structures to be removed. At present, the site is a construction site, as I mentioned, with two structures under construction and one pool sort of halfway out of the ground. This first submittal is the primary cottage. It was built in 1970, significantly renovated in 1999, and my client was in the process of doing pretty much a gut renovation on the inside with some door replacements on the outside.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. That should do it. Thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, for the record, NHL data indicates that this is a 1970 contributing structure. It is within our period of significance. And considering, I mean, it's got the shell of a contributing structure. From a sustainability perspective, it would be nice to have it moved versus demolished. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Who wants to start?
I have a question. Chris, are you saying that the buildings can't be used anymore because of the damage of the water?
I'm saying that, well, if we stick initially with this structure, there's a, after the water occurred in the new foundation of the moved cottage, she wanted to explore what water had gone in the crawl space foundation and found that there were high water marks very close to the underside of the floor joists in the crawl space. And, her concern was how would she maintain a mold-free, safe house in perpetuity, and why would she go ahead and renovate and put all this money into this structure if that was a possibility?
You get
I'm not sure. Okay. So what you want to replace it with is going to be up higher?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't want to do that with this. Okay.
I mean, we looked at lifting it up and putting a new foundation underneath it. And it just didn't seem to make sense given her longer term goals for the property. If that makes sense.
Okay. Was my question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that was you, Holly, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I know this is in close proximity to Hummock Pond. I don't believe it's in a actual FEMA flood zone. But I do want to mention, if the applicant is not aware of our resilient Nantucket design guidelines for flooding and adaptation, to allow structures to be appropriately adapted with the proper flood proofing mechanisms. That should be something that they could consider. Thank you.
Okay. Holly, thank you. Who would like to speak next? Abby.
Right. So I don't quite know what to say. It's 1970. What I like about this cottage is, first of all, it's existing. And I think if you touch it, you are going to get, it looks like it's very close to the pond. It looks like it must be a very squishy environment. So I also like the scale of this house. And being that close to a pond, it's nice to have a smaller scale, not something like 2 stories right next to a pond. So to Val's point about, are you going to move this back? I think you said you already had the foundation for the swimming pool happen that's between the two proposed. So I'm wondering how you will move that back. So I'm just the logistics, not that it's our purview, but just trying to figure all that out. Also, just, if something's going in its place, I would like to respect that scale of a story and a half like this and a size of a building like this that is very sort of hunkers down in the land on a very delicate sort of environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Joe?
I have, I guess I share Holly's comments in that I would definitely prefer to see this relocated versus demolished. And I also share Abby's comments regarding scale. And I guess we're mentioning that really as a courtesy to the applicant, that if this is approved to be moved off, that presumably the structure that comes in here is going to get scrutinized with this building in mind. So I don't think it's going to be a swap out for a full 2-story. I think the quirky nature of this structure, clearly it's been added on to over time, and it's an individually unique house. It's not you're not going to replicate this. So from that perspective, I think it has a lot of importance, visible from the water. So yeah, that said, it's 1970 and I'd like to see it moved off. I wouldn't like to see it demoed.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Diane, that's you. She muted.
We go.
There we go.
I think it's a very typical good building for Osprey Way. I don't think that the pond floods very often. I'm surprised that it did go this far, really, but it's been full from what the pictures show. So I think it's not something that is a daily danger. I think this building fits in right where it is very well. I would want to see it lifted and the foundations dug down if they want to go down to deeper. I don't really think that you should tear down a house because of black mold might be developing. There are many things to get rid of the mold. So I would like to see it primarily stay there. Somewhere it is this designated as the cottage or the main house? The one
This
that
is
we've
the
done
main,
up.
this is the main house. We're going to be reviewing the cottage next.
Okay, well, I think that the I would hate to see it considered as a demo. I think it can be saved for less mess on the property by raising it, and if they want, dig a foundation underneath it. But look at the existing foundation that you see. There's nothing that you can say this needs to be done because it's ragged. So anyway, that's what I think.
Okay, Diane, thanks. So Chris, this happens to be, at least to my mind, and I'm an architect, an attractive building. Now it dates from 1970, which is quite a few years younger than I am. But I would
Yeah,
really like to, I would prefer to see it relocated, because it doesn't appear that the building itself is in derelict condition at all. A new foundation would certainly help it. So I'd prefer a move off, or I would also entertain the idea of seeing what its replacement might be. to the point that a few of the members have made of its scale and its appropriateness to the site, to that location. Those are my comments. So what do you think, folks? Should we, did you want to say anything else, Val, by the way? You asked a few questions and sort of left it at that.
I think it could be a viable move off
All right.
for sure.
So, Chris, I think what we're going to do is we're going to move this to have you cogitate a little bit more on what your possible avenues are, okay?
Can I respond to any of those comments or no?
Briefly.
Okay, so the replacement is planned here is all one story. This is actually a two-story house. The two-story structure was built in 1990.
Well, Chris,
Yep.
we have our own little vocabulary down here on Nantucket. And so this is what's called a story and a half. It's not one story because it's got second floor program, but because the second floor program is gotten by way of dormers, we call that a story and a half. Just so you know. Anyway,
Okay.
continue.
So this story and a half was piece that you're looking at on the two left photographs was built in 1999. I don't disagree at all with the comments about the scale and the character of this little house. It's lovely. I'm really addressing the concerns, excuse me, that my client has with regard to a long-term plan for the property with two dwellings on it and a pool that remain free of water every spring. Just to speak in the future about what we're planning on is actually not a story and a half anywhere, but simply one-story buildings, period, here. So it would actually be smaller than this house, believe it or not. And also hide the pool from any view from any public way. So we've worked really hard to come up with a design that is actually in scale with this area of Cisco and Osprey and respects the character and scale of these little houses along the pond. So I totally understand where the board is coming from liking this house. From our standpoint, the replacement I think is going to be quite a sensitive solution.
Okay, so Chris, it sounds like you've already done some of the legwork. It sounds like maybe you have a single story design that's underway.
I do.
Okay, so maybe we should take a look at that. All right.
Okay.
All right, so let's move this one, folks. Come on.
Well-
Motion to approve as a move off demo?
Ooh, well, I'm not sure you're gonna get support for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to, well, we have another application up that is related to this property. But I think that if this was held for revisions, that the conversation about the next property might be an opportunity to talk about how the property might unfold. Because the next structure doesn't look as sensitive as this one, and I don't think it's going to be an issue. And if Chris is correct in that this structure is partially from 1999 and part of it's from 1970, we don't have evidence of that. So providing evidence of that would be helpful. There may be a solution where part of this gets reused as the guest house, and then the verbally described single story house. So in other words, this may end up as a move on site with a renovation.
Gotcha.
So I think if we requested that we hold this for more information about the history of it, then
Okay.
I think those are all really good points. And so, Joe, could you give Chris your number for the billing? How about, I heard a motion in there, Joe, and it was to hold for more information.
yeah, I would
correct?
hold for more information for this. That's just a way for us to
Yeah,
push the conversation out. But as a
gotcha.
courtesy to Chris, I think there's a possibility that you'd get a move off, but I think there's a way to potentially reuse part of it.
Okay, I think that's a nice way to look at it. Okay, so Joe's motion was to hold for, we'll call it more information. All right. On that motion, Val,
I,
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, so now let's move right along to the second dwelling.
Second dwelling was recently put on a new foundation, actually last year, from across the street at 8 Osprey Way. The structure was built in 1982. Unlike the structure that we were just discussing, it doesn't have too many redeeming qualities to it, as was already mentioned. I think the intention of this, my client didn't like to see a house go in a dumpster. It was very close to her property, and she was going to build a guest house. So kind of the stars aligned for it to be rolled across the street, because a structure can't be rolled down Osprey. So it was immediately, if it's helpful to look at E1, which follows HDC 1, the site plan, if you just go up right there. So the bubbled structure is the structure in question. It was rolled directly across the street from Osprey and put on a foundation.
Well, that's a little too bad. So you inherited it and now you're asking for a demo of it.
Well, it gets even more complicated, because I was the architect across the street that found a home for this house when we did a new house. So, this, and I spent a lot of time in this house, actually, this little house. So, anyway,
Here,
this,
I think we get the point. So
yeah, this house is, it's just a different animal than the house we were just on.
completely. And all right, so thank you, Chris. By the way, I'm looking at HDC stamp drawings from the year 2000. Would you agree with that, Holly?
Mr. Chair, looking at the file, yes. So basically, as Chris had mentioned, it was moved onto the lot from, I have 237 Hummock Pond Road last year. The NHL data indicates it was built in 1982. The plans that you see from Neil Parent, it looks like that they maybe 1988 to 2000, it looks like. So obviously a few revisions here and there over the years, but nonetheless a non-contributing structure. I think from a contributing structure status for the HDC, obviously it doesn't meet that classification, but from a sustainability perspective, it would be nicer if it could be moved versus demolished. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Board members.
I would say, it'd be fine to move / demolish, but I think he made a point, and he's right, that road, you can't really get anything
Yeah.
down. So it would be really nice if people could just scavenge stuff out of it before it goes to the dumpster. Cabinets or flooring or whatever.
Somebody already scavenged the chimney.
Yeah.
Okay, Holly, Val, thank you. Abby,
I'm okay with this.
all right, thanks. Diane.
I am too.
all
It
right.
looked like the picture between the two, that is certainly sort of the same size as the primary house.
I think it's bigger.
Yeah.
Okay,
and I would go along with it.
all right, thanks. Joe,
Yeah, I'm fine. What I would motion to approve as submitted.
there we go. Joe has just made a motion to approve this application as submitted, which does mean a demo move off. Let's see, on that motion, Val, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, Chris, I think we have some sense of direction and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much.
All right. So next up, 8 Sconset Ave, anybody to rep? And not anticipated within 48 hours. Just curious about that.
Mr. Chairman, that was my doing. I neglected to add it to the agenda in a timely manner.
No problem. Just curious, really. Okay. So Sconset Ave and you're back, Stephen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Tori,
Yep.
what, I think I know what you're doing, but you want to just give
Yeah,
us
of
a
course, no
little
problem.
review?
So just to refresh your memory and give you a little bit of background, we have an approved modest addition to the existing one-story Cape style primary dwelling here. Nothing extravagant for the surrounding neighborhood. And this is a proposed garage, simply adds more usable space. No dwelling aspect to it whatsoever, just storage and a garage. We've tried to meet most of or all of HGC requests as far as distance from the gable ends, et cetera, with the dormers.
Good.
Yep, matching the windows to the main house.
All right.
That's what I'm missing. If we had a picture of the main
Main
house
house,
or
sorry.
the
Okay.
plan, it would give us the scale idea.
Yeah,
I had a question too.
Well, let's hang on one second because I would like to hear from Holly on this. And is Rob on?
Rob did, and he's not on, but he did send us comments. I don't believe he reviewed this because of the last
Oh,
minute
yeah,
on the agenda.
okay.
So as far as this particular piece of property has a I want to say 1980s structure that had
Sounds
an
right.
addition onto it,
yeah.
has dormers of the same nature. As far as comments go, it looks like the dormers are meeting building with Nantucket in mind. It does seem to be a little tall. Other than that, I wish I was able to look at it a little bit sooner. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Let's see.
Mr. Chair, I do have a hand raised. Mr. Benchley is in the queue.
Oh, hey, Rob. You there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
How you doing?
Good. I just this new Zoom link is didn't allow me to be there directly, but I am in the room, as they say.
All right.
No, we did not get a chance to look at this, but I would, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I would agree with what Holly just said, and I'll stay tuned. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Regular board, and by the, just, it's labeled as being 21.5 feet high to the ridge. There's the height. Oh,
yeah.
that's good to see. Yeah, thanks. Okay, who would like to start in?
I just had a question.
Yeah.
Is the roof pitch on the proposed garage the same as the main mass?
No.
Because I think if they matched, it wouldn't, it would be, I'd be fine.
We
with
went
it.
through a couple renditions of the roof pitch on the main house. I think we landed at 10/12. Is that what that shows? And I think we might have started with 12/12. So for obvious reasons, in order to make the dormers work, they went to 12/12 here, but we're happy to, open to your opinion on that.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
was mine. I thought it looked a little steep for sconce. I can't think of anything on.
I do believe
Sounds-
Val was the height on the house 27.9.
It doesn't say, it's just,
Okay.
Anyway, I would be
Right.
fine with it if it went to like a 10, 12
Okay.
or something a little less steep.
And you
Yep.
do have room to do that
Yep.
before you start affecting your 4 and 12 dormers.
Yep.
Okay, let's see. So was that all you had,
That's all.
Abby and Val?
Yeah.
Stephen?
No additional comments.
Okay, Diane.
Think that the should change the pitch of the roof of the because it does so it won't look so much like a rocket ship over there. And I would like to see on the garage, on the rear elevation, is that going to be seen? The site plan is so small, it's hard to see. If it is going to be seen, I'd like to see a window on the first floor. And the height you said was 21 feet. And the main,
21 and a half, but that's gonna get lower because I think there's consensus that we want to drop the roof pitch.
yeah, I agree with that completely, that we dropped the roof pitch. So that's good. I just wanted to see what the house is 27. So this will probably come down to what, 19? Around there.
It would come down to like 20 and a half at the most, that's the most it's gonna drop.
Oh, okay.
And a half.
All right. Well, that's my thought for now.
Okay. Diane, thanks. And Diane, while I'm at it, because it's to me now. There's a house between the back of this house and Camo, which is the road that runs parallel in the back, that is going to prevent your view of the first floor of the garage. So I think we're covered there. And I think that looking at the section, I think that you could safely drop it to an 11 and 12 and still be able to have the dormers act just the way they do now, and you'd be dropping probably 8 inches out of the ridge height. So I'd be okay with that. Anybody want to attempt a motion on this?
I just have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have a question
Go
for
ahead.
Tori.
Yep.
It says, to match existing main house, corner boards, rake, fascia, white, and sash black. Is that what was approved?
Yes, I believe I looked that up on the prior approval and we
That's
matched
really
it exactly.
strange combination for Sconset.
Yeah, it is.
Well, in general.
And I'm
white
happy
black.
to confirm that through staff, but I believe we looked it up directly
Hmm.
when we were filling it all out.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
All right.
Anyway, thank you.
If it's a breaking point, I don't think, I mean, if you would like to open the conversation to change the trim color on the main house.
So are
And
you
refine that.
saying the main house has not been built yet?
No, it's an existing dwelling that we have an approved addition on. And change.
And
it
you were
to-
gonna repaint everything?
Yeah, because the original house
Is
was
natural
just,
the weather, right?
Hmm.
oh, okay, but the sash was
White.
was white,
White.
Yeah,
yeah, so
Exactly.
maybe that was confusing for us. I would say we're at, let's make a deal. That the main house go back to white sash and the same on the garage with a lesser like a 10 and 12 pitch on the garage and a window in the rear.
But
for
I
Diane.
don't think we need the window in the rear. Unless anybody feels otherwise. There's a house right behind it.
Yeah, I would agree with Ray. I didn't respond, but I would agree with Ray. It's
Yeah.
not visible.
Okay, scratch the
Yeah.
first floor window.
And further, I think that if it dropped to a 10, then she would run into some issues with the dormer tops. So I think an 11 is gonna work, but not a 10, but that will still get 8 inches out of the height.
Yeah,
Just. my
anything to take
opinion.
off that sort of Victorian look. whatever that is.
So it sounds like maybe the motion is to revise the paint schedule for the main house that was previously approved as black sash to white. And that this garage would follow suit, white trim, white sash, okay? And we're gonna drop from a 12 and 12 roof pitch to an 11 and 12 roof pitch, changing the ridge and leaving the eaves where they are.
Yep.
Now, was that your motion, Abby?
Yeah,
Okay, so that's Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Val, oh,
How about in an exhibit A?
yeah, that would be great. So, on the motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Diane, Abby,
aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay,
Thank
Can
you.
I just comment though?
yeah, go.
I mean, like the logistics of, you're gonna obviously have to bring the original house in and.
Yeah,
da-da-da-da-da.
Readjust that.
So.
Yeah.
I mean. I
Yep.
think technically we can't hold you to that, but we ask that you please do it.
Absolutely. No
Yeah.
problem. Thank you so much.
it would just be a terrible act of, bad taste to paint them two different colors.
Yes.
A crime against
A
good
crime
taste.
against good taste.
Yeah, okay, so, let's see.
24 India.
I'm doing the exhibit A.
Okay, yeah, no, I got you. Thank you very much for doing that. 24 India Guest House. Ethan,
Hi,
hi.
Welcome to the HDC.
Yeah,
awesome.
okay. Tell us a story, fascinate us.
What? Oh,
What?
it's a new building. One story.
One story,
Yeah,
1.5 story?
no, there's no half.
No, there's just one. This is a true one
One
story.
floor, yeah,
Yeah. Okay, well, so that's it, huh?
that's it.
Gotta tell you, I'm enthralled. That is a great story. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a secondary dwelling to partner with the main house, which is a circa 1899 gable end. It's the Walter and Lydia Chase house. Walter Chase actually was a captain and he received a high medal of honor for life saving in 1892. Just a little bit of tidbit of history there. This is a simple second dwelling infill in the OHG. The proposed massing height fenestration is great. My only real comment would be that the barn door on the facade, which gives it the look of a once constructed barn turned into a dwelling. The proposed 35 light window that's behind it, or that would be seen from a public way, is highly inappropriate within the OHD. I would recommend the commission to look at ways to change the window behind the barn doors and masking, which is an atypical window. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, let's see. And we have Mickey?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Mickey.
Thank you. So this is Mickey Rowland representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, and Mary Bergman. So I'm not going to repeat what Holly just said, but we agree about the window. So that's it.
Your only concern is the window.
The window, exactly.
Okay, got it. Thank you. All right, who wants to go first?
I will.
All right. thanks.
I think it's a sweet little outbuilding. It looks like it was an outbuilding turned into a house.
Okay,
That's all I have.
that's short and sweet. Abby?
Yeah, I really liked it too, until I realized that, so it seems to be a trend and I don't know why, but there seems to be a new trend about French doors on streets, which to my remembrance, I can't remember okaying French doors seen from the street. So
But-
they're closed. I think it looks really great, but I don't have a remedy for this, but because I really like the tongue and groove doors. Oh, they do look a little tall. So I don't know what you do, but somebody else will know.
Yeah,
So,
we got to
thank you.
figure it out. All right, Abby, thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I agree with Abby on the height of those doors. I think they need to be made smaller and frankly, I think they need to be made like 6'8" or shorter. To read as a door, I think that the result of that is whatever's behind them would be shortened up. In that regard, I wouldn't mind if they were like 6'4", so it read as like a shed door or some shed barn doors. The other thing is, I think if these are meant to be the exterior architectural element that we are going to review and approve, they need to be shown on the floor plan.
Can you look at the photographs from the public way? So that's the backyard. And if you go look at the other photograph, that's the front yard. So that the building's going behind that. That angle thing you see is part of the house. So it's going to be back in the yard.
Thanks, Ethan. I'd go with 6'8", and I expect that the barn doors would be shown on the floor plan.
The barn doors or the French doors?
Well, I believe the French doors are shown, but I don't see the barn doors.
I probably have them in the open position, so.
Can we click in on the right there?
There it is, north elevation.
It looks like it's a window, actually.
Oh, okay, Stephen's right. Well, no, actually, Stephen's wrong.
Well, I blame it on not having.
No, Stephen's half right. So what they're shown as is sliding door.
The floor plan, please.
The floor plan shows them as sliding doors, a pair of them, and what they're shown on the elevation is as hinge doors.
No, they're supposed to be hinged. They're not sliding.
Okay,
Don't do that.
I think you should, whoever drew that up in your office should go. Okay, so let's see, Stephen, thank you. Diane.
I don't know what, I'd like to see a picture of the window. My thing doesn't show it on the north elevation. As to what they could put in there, I think that it is contributing. It is the front entrance that looks like the front door next to it. So I think perhaps what would they say, 36 pane window is not appropriate behind those barn doors.
Is that it?
Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Okay, so Ethan, I think nobody knows, nobody on this board, and you probably don't know how often those doors would be open and people would actually be looking at the
Probably only in
window.
the summertime when they're there.
Well, but I'm just going to say that I think my own view is the board would be safest in not approving the window behind it.
Sure. I
Okay, so
could
if the doors are closed and there's a window there, we will never be any the wiser. But if it's open all the time and we see it, you won't have approval for it. That's just my own view, but we'll see what kind of motion comes up.
Can I just make one comment, I guess?
Yeah,
The little door I have there on the bottom left. I could do that door. I could put a French door behind it with the panel below, like normally you would have in town. 12 light the kink panel
you mean behind the
behind the barn doors.
Yeah, so it'd be two French doors.
So it'd be like what
with
you
a
see in the lower
big
left.
panel.
Oh. All right, well, that's not so bad. Does somebody want to hazard a motion on this?
I'll try.
All
I
right.
mean, and it would be because of the hedge at the end of the driveway. It's a key, making it less visible. So I would have to say that would be in perpetuity, that it would not show. So I would say that behind the magic doors would be a set of French doors with a kick panel. The same size as what you have on the
Perfect.
And to Stephen's point, is that a 6'8" door?
That's a 6'8" door, 3 foot. But proper.
So
exterior
you're
door.
taking two of that door.
Yeah, so it's to be a 6 foot, 6'8".
Got it. Okay. So that's your motion, Abby.
Yes.
Okay, on that motion, Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
No.
Okay, Diane,
Uh, I don't know. I would say no.
okay, Abby,
I'm an I.
and I'm in favor. So that motion does carry 3 in favor, 2 opposed.
Oh, also, it was the vegetation at the end of the driveways in perpetuity.
Yes,
So
yeah,
I don't think we're gonna see it anyway.
okay. Now, can somebody write that up as the condition of the approval there? All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, now, thank you, Ethan. Are we skipping over Thornwell since they're on vacation now? Is that what we're doing?
Makes sense.
Do they have somebody?
We could be zooming in.
Is anyone on Zoom to rep 51 Wee Weeder? Got a feeling no.
And
No.
Mr. I don't see him, and I did want to let you know that 11 this one out in Sconset is on the owner 10 Everett. She's in the Zoom.
I'm sorry, which one?
Oh, the little cottage.
10 Everett.
Oh,
You wanna go back to
one.
that?
Yeah, yeah, okay. That you were chairing that,
Yeah.
right?
Abby,
Okay.
you're gonna write this one, the India?
Hey, folks, just for those of you trying to follow along, the applicant for our single old business meeting of Halloween 23 has shown up on Zoom. So Stephen's going to be chairing this. It has a board, 3 people.
All right, Laura, are you there? Can we hear you?
Yeah, can you hear me? I've been here, but you could.
Okay, so we got you now. Thanks for being at the HTC. Your board is myself, Abby Camp, and Diane Coombs. There's no alternates, no recusals. That was from the Halloween night. And then where we left it was that you were going to provide images of the structure that was going to be moved on to the lot, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Now we can't. We still can't. You're unmuted. So Laura, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, I've been here the whole time. You just couldn't hear me. Okay, great. Yes, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can still hear you.
Okay. So what you're seeing now on the screen with the arbor in front is the.
And now we just lost you. Laura, are you someplace where you're getting spotty signal? And if not, well, you're clearly getting spotty signal. Can you relocate somewhere and try again? And we're gonna give you one more try here. And then if it's intermittent, we're gonna ask you to try in a half an hour.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Let's see if we can keep you. If we can't, we're gonna ask you to try and relocate and tune back in a half an hour or so. And we cannot hear you again.
Okay.
So
Let me move to another. Yeah, because I keep getting the repeat.
okay, do you have the YouTube video on? Turn off the volume. Low on reverb.
Okay. I think maybe we've solved the problem.
Okay, let's try again. No solution there. Laura, just in the interest of moving forward, and we certainly want to hear yours this evening, why don't you try back in half an hour or so, or at your earliest convenience. Just put your hand up and you can that'll let Holly know that you're back. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So now we're along to 43 West Maya Comet. That would be Elizabeth. Hi. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Okay, so you want a pool. Uh-oh.
Christmas lights, sounds.
All right. Regular board,
Yep.
go
So this,
for it.
this was on the consent agenda last time I was here, but it didn't open for a hearing because Val was not here. It's for a pool. It's behind a structure, a big structure, and it's significantly higher than the road, which would be the public way. So higher behind a structure, and the rest of the landscape is very simple. I don't know if you have any questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pool and hardscape.
Is that okay?
Let me just make
You
sure.
can see on that drawing though, where the pool would be like behind.
Yeah.
And you see
You're
where the
on
pond is and the road. So
If you want, you know, just.
Okay. Does everybody understand? It seems rather simple.
Yeah, I had put this on consent and I don't know why it got pulled off, but.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Stephen.
So at the Halloween meeting, I believe it was Halloween meeting, you weren't here and there were some questions that were brought up, I think by membership, so we held it. And then it was brought off consent, I think somewhere along the line in that process afterwards. But here we are now, just to answer your question. And there were a member of the public approached me prior to the last meeting also and asked to speak on it.
Okay,
Oh, would that be you? So you
Tom,
want to speak on this application? Okay, so why don't you go ahead? Holly, you're not speaking on this, obviously. All right, so
Thomas Barrett, 39 West My Comet in the neighborhood. The hardscape, a few issues here. First off, the pool's in the back of the house. It's within the setback. The plans show 25-foot setbacks. They're actually 50-foot setbacks. The structure's in the setback. Pretty much the pool's in the setback. They want to do a hardscape patio off to the, as you're looking at the map on the left-hand side, that faces the ocean. That's going to be on the high, on the high part of the property. So theoretically, if you are going around West Maya Comet Road, which they don't really show well of the whole GIS, you would literally see the backside of that. They're asking for a stacked stone wall, sitting wall. That's totally inappropriate for that area. There's no stonework of any of that sort out that way. You would see it all the way from the land bank parking lot at the beach. The photos they show of that they added there from the road is down in the valley in the bottom. You're not going to really see it. So I don't believe the stone landscape patio is appropriate. And also the pool's in the back of the house, which it's not really in the back because when you come down West Maya Comet Road along the pond, you can literally see right into the right there on the S turns on the hill at I want to say 30, 33, 34, right by Laughlin's on that first turn. You're going to literally see right back into the back of the house or the side of the house where the pool is. So I and a few other neighbors have spoken and don't feel that that stone sitting wall is appropriate for that area. And they also moved the house forward about 20 to 25 feet.
okay, thank you.
And another thing I just want to mention in regard to this consent, like we as neighbors, we didn't get notified that this was going on. And if I didn't happen to see it on consent, I would have never had a voice on it. And this thing probably would have passed right through. So a lot of stuff goes on to consent that is, it feels like it's a small issue, but it can be a big issue for the neighborhood, especially with, without any screening or anything like that, where you can actually see it from, 300-400 yards away.
Can I make a suggestion?
Wait, hang on. Are you going to address the notification thing?
Not specifically the notification, but definitely the setback. The lot of record makes it that it's 25 and not 50.
Okay.
That's according
Yeah.
to zoning.
That's not our
And-
bid anyway.
And in terms of viewpoints, there's absolutely no way you could see this pool at grade from anywhere in the back.
Well, it's,
We're happy to stake it if you want,
it's 9 feet higher than the road.
like at the Mycomet Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elevation 8 to elevation 17. But so how about the notification? Can anybody address that?
I can. You're not required to notify neighbors for pools. It's only if there's a structure or some kind of construction going on that's
Well,
a
it's like
1,000 square
it's a
feet or
1,000
more.
Square feet.
Right,
Period. End of story.
Except for in the old historic district.
right. Which is.
Well, it's 100 square
Yeah.
feet in
Yeah.
the
And just for
OHD.
the purpose of communicating the information. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So do you understand that there are certain rules about what needs to be noticed and what doesn't?
No, I get that, but I mean, it's still just, I understand.
Okay.
You know, but the zoning out there is 50-foot setback.
Well, no, but if it's a lot of, and we don't talk about zoning in here, but well, we'll talk about it insofar as if we see that it's egregiously wrong, that we don't want to be approving something that we're going to have to go back and re-review. But this is a lot of record.
I don't understand.
So those setbacks that she's showing they're historically there. It's a lot of record. I think you should talk to the zoning person. They'll let you know. Okay,
Can I say something? So if they change it from blood 1 to 1-2, I can still use my setbacks of blood 1.
it's a lot of record, correct? Yeah. All right. So, and we're not here to review zoning anyway, but thank you.
But can I,
Yes,
It
Stephen.
just falls, if it falls within the setbacks and you're.
Tom,
Hey,
I don't want to interrupt, but just to address the point. HCC approval is not an approval to violate zoning or building or MIPA or anything else. So sequence and all that other stuff aside, I just want to be clear. We might approve something not having full information about zoning, which we don't discuss because it's not our purview and it could open up to an appeal, flipping a decision either way. If it's something we approve, it still has to conform to the other town bylaws and code. So if it's 25 or 50 is relevant is only relevant with respect to zoning. And then it would get caught at that point when the zoning enforcement officer does his review for zoning, which is Marcus Silverstein.
correct.
So, I mean, just to clarify that, not just on this application, but for people in general, I know people at home eating popcorn are terribly interested in these topics. So it gave us an opportunity. I just like to add, I mean, the applicant's agent has volunteered. I think out of diligence, it would be beneficial to ask that the pool be staked and the sitting area elements be staked at height with a different color. And then we can go and look at it. I
That
think
sounds
that would be
fine.
fair to everybody.
All right. Is that your motion?
It is.
Stephen? Okay, so Stephen's motion is to get some stakes up that would delineate the pool and the hardscape elements that are above grade. Let's see, on that, Val,
I,
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
you're Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay,
well,
thanks.
just so I understand though, sorry, Val, asking Mr. Chair or somebody.
Yeah,
If she does that and notifies the office for it to come back in, how does that work? She can do a narrative of what we've just said?
We didn't ask for minutes,
we did not ask for minutes.
Oh, okay.
so
right.
not required.
So like, let's pretend that this was there was 12 people speaking on
Yeah.
this. Then when we move for revisions, and this might happen, I think this is gonna happen at least once or twice tonight. As part of the motion, you will say, and submit the minutes of tonight's meeting with your new application. That's what we were getting at.
The minutes
earlier.
that don't exist, or the ones you're writing yourself. Sorry.
The real minutes.
Well,
Val, it's not gonna come up all that often.
Yeah.
I promise you. You know, there's gonna be 2 or 3 applications maybe per night that will require that stipulation. Okay, are we good?
Yeah.
Elizabeth, thank you. All right. Okay, now we're on to 4 Harbor Square. Oh,
Chair, I did
Abby,
want to
were
let
you gonna sit off?
Well, I wanted to give the other, I'll sit off for.
I know
3.
they're falling asleep over there. We
I
gotta
know.
do something about this.
maybe we should feed them.
Oh, is it time?
I believe so. Let me go
I
check.
did
All right.
want to let you know, Mr. Chair, that Laura has her hand up, so I guess she has service.
Oh, Laura has her, okay.
Should we try that?
Yeah, let's go. Oh, and then I'll go.
Laura,
I'll go.
thank you. Laura, we're gonna try one more time this hour and then we'll go from there.
Okay,
Okay, we can hear you now.
okay.
And could you describe for us what you provided?
Yes. What you're seeing on the screen is the cottage.
Oh, you were doing so well. Laura, I'm sorry.
On a,
You're dropping out again.
can you hear me? Okay.
Well, we did, but we missed whatever you said after and or something like that.
Yes, on the screen is the cottage that I was given approval in August to move on to my property. You're not hearing me now?
You're fading in and out. You don't happen to be around the block, do you? We'll give you a piece of pizza if you come over.
I wish I were.
Yeah, you're breaking up. I
Can
think
can I call in?
yeah, I think the information is on the agenda. Yeah. No. So
Is it possible for me? Can I'm not.
Laura, I'm sorry, please hold. You're breaking up, so it's hard to actually understand what you're saying. I think you're asking, can you call in?
Can I call in on
Yeah,
the phone?
Laura, we're working out what that phone number would be. So just hold on one second.
Stay tuned.
The poll is that we don't have a phone number. I'm not, you sound like a wonderful lady, but I'm not giving you my mobile phone on YouTube. Sorry about that.
Wouldn't that be funny?
So,
See what happened.
do we know what this? Does anyone recall what the number is you dial to get the phone number? It wouldn't work with an extension.
911.
No. Yeah, I don't know what the extension is here.
Oh,
Laura, I'm sorry, it's becoming kind of disruptive. So, if you could just please try and relocate, go knock on your neighbors, bring some chocolate chip cookies, something to that effect, so that we can get a better connection.
Okay,
And-
I will try again.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry. And, with that, we're going to take a 7.5-minute pizza break.
All right.
99 Main, because I was interested in that.
All right. Thank you all for your patience. We're all now satisfied. Let's see. We're holding for Harbor Square. Which brings us now to I'm sorry, I'm not, there we go. Yes,
May I ask, do we have any abutters in the queue for Harbor?
I don't see
Okay.
any hand raised.
Okay,
fair,
just
fair
for,
question, Stephen. Thank you. Okay, so 199 Nantucket Road. And Abby is off of this. So we're gonna go to Connie. Connie, are you ready, willing, and able? In the event of an emergency landing, thank you. 199. Oh. Sorry, Stephen. Why don't you start into it? I'll catch up. You're looking for a new deck, right?
No, this is just a stair. The stair was from the
Oh,
right-hand side
yeah.
of the house.
Yeah.
And it's never used there. It's in a shady area, so it gets really overgrown with moss. A new garage was just, it's in the process of being built on the left-hand side of the house. And the owner wanted to flip this deck stair over to the same side that the garage was on to make it easier to come from the garage up to the second floor deck. The stairs to the back of the deck, but it is on the side of the house. Does have some visibility from the road. And the owner's more than happy to plant some screening in front of it to help shield that. There are other examples of the same stair along the road. I just submitted one for the board to take a look at. And thank you very much.
Stephen, thank you. Short and sweet. We love it that way. Let's see.
Mr. Chair.
Do we have any Nantucket comments on this, or well, we have Holly.
You have
of
Holly
course.
comments.
Yes. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a non-contributing structure, circa 1985. The existing location for the external stair was a better location as it wasn't visible. The new location will have the stairs visible, and this contemporary building has the characteristic gable forward onto an E-forward main block. Not a quirky Nantucket type dwelling is my main point. It's a very customized, from our typical design standards. And for that matter, I would recommend, if it can't be kept in its current location, that it's going to be screened in some way, shape, or form. And it sounds like the owner is amenable to that. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. And do we have Nantucket advisory? No. Okay. All right. Thanks, Holly. And so again, the board, Val, Diane, me, Stephen, Connie. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't have any concerns about this. They're showing us some vegetative screening. I think while the other side is less visible, this is just a nicer design, the stair forward. I don't think it's a concern, at least for me. Thank you.
All right,
Mr. Chair.
Stephen, great. Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Yeah.
I just have a question for Steve. The row is the vertical boards underneath going to be natural to weather?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Assuming that you're okay with it as such?
Yes.
All right, very good. Thank you. Connie?
I have no concerns. Thank you.
All right, very good. Diane, anything?
No, I think it will be good.
All right, I think we're ready to go. Love it. Motion, please.
Motion to approve is submitted, and make sure the screening goes in.
Yeah, the screening is noted on the
Yeah.
site plan, so that will be part of the approval. Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay, so on Val's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Nice seeing you. Okay, 2 Dukes Road. Oh, Linda. Oh, I'm sorry, 32 Pocomo is scratched.
As a whole,
32, was not, I think for rep, maybe.
Okay,
okay, yeah, just,
I'm working on 4 Dukes, so I'm gonna sit off this.
Okay. So, Linda, that means that Joe and Connie will both be sitting on your Dukes Road applications.
Okay.
Joe, Connie, Diane, Stephen, myself. Okay? Okay, demo move cottage, two Dukes Road.
What's the notation up on the upper left? Is it the primary dwelling?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, it's, I put in the information in the packet. I put the aerials in and whatnot, so you can see that the structure is, older than 50 years, let's put it that way. We were sort of questioning when it was built, but everybody seems to think it was probably around 1940, somewhere in that vicinity. It wasn't on the 1938 aerial, but 1940. It was on the 57 aerial and a couple of other things I was able to pull off. Yeah, I was able to pull off. I don't know if you have a 35. Oh, I did put that in.
57.
Yeah. So I'm not saying it's not old, but we don't want to demolish it. I do have another client that wants to take them, both of them, over to Hooper Farm Road at the moment. So we're here for a demo move in case we couldn't get anybody to take them. They're in really great shape now. So we already got the shed, which is a much newer structure, approved to demo move. I'm trying to give that away also. Demo move last week. So here we are, 1940. I can get it down the driveway. I can certainly get it down Nantucket Road. So it's up to you guys if you want to give me the demo move or just a move.
Linda, you're being so generous tonight. Thank you.
Well, if I didn't have some place to put them already.
All right, thanks, Linda. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, yes, the NHL data indicates that it's a 1940. So of course it's contributing. I did find, and I don't think I emailed it to you, Linda, but I will. I sent it to the commission. There is a 1935 aerial photo showing actually the main dwelling right here. This is a large version of it. I did, was able to find, actually, no, is that the one you put in?
I put that one in.
All right, that one is from 57, I believe,
Yeah.
but I did email, I don't know if Ez has a copy of it, but I do have this I can pass around to the commission. This is straight from NHA's thing, so I would say it's at least a 1935 colonial revival. Obviously, every effort to be for this to be a move only, with this being an 88-year-old structure, it would be better to be for a reuse on site, but sounds like there's somebody that's willing to take it. I would hate to see this to being demolished just because nobody can take it. So I would respectfully request this to be a move off only. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Board member.
If that's what you'd like to do.
I'll
just go
go.
ahead and motion it, just motion.
Hang on, Linda. Diane, go ahead.
I agree with what Holly said. It should be a move off only.
Okay, thank you. This side of the table.
this side, I'll go.
Yeah.
I'm okay with a move off reuse.
Okay,
That's fine.
all good on that?
Are they going to the same property by chance?
Two different properties, but side by side at the moment.
Yeah, I'm fine with a move off.
All right, so it sounds like we're gonna approve it as a move off.
So
Okay.
move.
That's Diane's motion. Diane's motion is to approve it as a move off. On Diane's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Hi.
Stephen,
All right.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there's one. Now we're gonna go to the cottage, which appears to be a little bit newer.
1996.
96,
It's
that's
only a
quite a
single
bit
bedroom.
newer.
It's an
Yeah.
open floor plan inside, but we
Alright.
still want to move it. But I'd take a move demo in case somebody won't take it. 'cause
I
it's so
think we could
small.
probably get you that in this particular case. Um. Anything to say on this one, Holly?
My only thing is to Joe's point, the characteristics of this contemporary structure were clearly built with the main structure in mind. They are really harmonized with one another. So I'm glad to hear that hopefully they'll be moved in a similar location with one another. That's good. And yes, it's a non-contributing 1996.
So I really would appreciate a move or demo on this one, but we're going to move it.
Okay. All right, opinions of the board. Joe,
I'm fine with it as submitted, and given the size of it, I have confidence that somebody will take this structure.
probably,
It's in great shape.
yeah. Okay, Joe, thank you. Connie,
I'm also good with this. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Stephen,
No concerns.
Diane, anything?
No concerns.
Okay, so it looks like we're gonna approve this one as a move off demo, given its age. Given its
So moved.
youth. Okay, Diane has made a motion to approve it as submitted. On that motion, Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a couple down now to 99 Main and did Abby want to sit on this?
I think so.
Abby, were you gonna sit on this one? I can't remember. Did you say that you were interested in this one? Yeah,
so who do
fences
we
can be
have there?
fascinating. And let's see, so Val,
Yep.
you're on? Val?
Yeah.
You're back?
So the regular
So I
board.
believe we're back to the regular board then.
All right, just
99 Mens.
Just to give you a little
98.
background, I believe, Stephen, if you can verify that, I believe it was on consent originally.
Yeah, I put on consent to basically rebuild it.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing.
It is a,
And the brick underneath it.
it's a
Well, it's
rebuild.
going to be reinforced underneath it. Ed is here and it's going to be reinforced with concrete underneath it with a brick, put the bricks back on the front of it just to stabilize it. It's not really very stable at the moment. He'll explain to you how that's going to be done.
Okay. Hi, Ed.
Hello, board. Yeah, so
For the record, Ed Rudd, for the minute taker, RUDD from the NHA.
So after the advisement, we'll rebuild the fence exactly how it was. Only thing we did want to do was to put a little granite block underneath the main posts. So the posts do not rot out, and then put sonotubes underneath that and have a J bolt run up through the granite into the fence.
So sonotube under the ground,
Yes,
granite block that breaks the surface, and then you rest your wood post on top of that
yes,
with obviously an anchor thing
Yeah.
coming up.
yeah. So just a J bar.
How much of the granite are we gonna see?
The elevation runs downhill towards 3 bricks.
Yes.
So if you're looking at the house on the left-hand side, you would not see any granite.
Okay,
On the right-hand side, you would slowly see little bits of granite. But
little bit, like 4 to 5 inches.
yeah,
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you for the clarification, Holly.
Thank you,
And we
Mr.
would
Chair.
face it, we would use the brick that's there. It's all loose now. We'd use the brick that's there, so that would be the face of it going around like it is now.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you. So 99 Main Street is an individually significant structure. It was circa 1799, built by Valentine Swain, and enlarged and remodeled by no other than Thomas Macy in 1832. This dwelling reflects the island's recovering economy after war of 1812. So obviously this is for a repair, replace fence like kind, except for the supported by the sonotubes and concrete. And my understanding is exactly as what's been proposed. NHA will be acquiring the assistance of Ben Moore to mill and build the fence. And Mr. Russell Harms will be setting down the posts with the J-bolts, as Ed had mentioned. The fence should be reconstructed in its exact location, which is what I understand that's to be the case, in situ with the same existing brick and granite mix. And I just wanted to make a comment that I think it's clear, but just want to reference it, that no work outside of the property line within the public way or sidewalk should be done. And I think what they're doing is great to see it being reconstructed. There's a lot of historic photographs of this fence as it sits now. So it's nice to see it be restored. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I looked through every photo of Main Street that I could find to put that fence so you can see the whole continuum. It hasn't changed at all over the years. Just another side note, Holly, it's where Moby Dick started to germinate in his head in this building. Yeah, Herman Melville stayed in the structure when he came here, and he was starting to do the Moby Dick thoughts in this building. So just throw that on the cake.
No kidding.
I hope it was the brick that inspired him and not the granite that I have a question on the granite, which
Yeah, go ahead.
precipitated that.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I want to hear what you have to say, but about the granite, but Mickey,
Yes.
you have.
Jack, to
you
his
have some-
comments again, just out of,
Yeah.
I do it every
We
time.
got it. It's
And
a
we typically
boilerplate.
do
We got a little stamp
questions
that says it.
before
Go ahead, Mickey.
comments.
Okay, so the below the bottom rail of this fence is a very short brick and granite wall in various places. So as long as they're replacing that exactly the way it appears now below the bottom rail, there was some mention of moving it inwards toward the plantings. But if it stays basically exactly where it is now, then we're fine with it. Also, it looks like they're going to eliminate the railings, the return to the corner boards of the house. And I think that the railings should continue to return to the house as they do now. Thank you.
Those are actually gates. The railing is going to return for about 2 or 3 feet, 4 feet. Then there were gates that were disintegrating and one completely fell over, and they had hardware jammed into the house. So they're going to, if you want us to put the gates back, which I believe was Abby's concern, we can put the gates back, but we'll have to sort of be very creative with the hardware so they can come off when they have to get inside that area for gardening.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Okay. Well, so now I held Stephen's comments for a second to hear from Mickey. Stephen, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so I just want to remind everyone, we typically take questions from the board before we get into comments. That's so that the benefit of everyone. So I've heard a couple comments on granite. I have a question. One is it's really a statement. There is no granite there currently. The granite
Correct.
shown in the images is up the street, a couple
Across the
houses on the left. So that would be a new introduction. I want to preface this all by saying I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, but I think it's important to be clear what's there and what's being proposed. Specifically, what is being proposed with respect to the granite? I don't understand that. I understand the purpose. I don't understand what it's going to look like.
With the brick's going to go back in front of it.
I thought you said that was going to be concrete.
The
sonotubes
you're
are
going to see
below
from the
grade.
street to stabilize this fence. You're going to see brick in front of it. You can still see some of the granite that was put in there somewhere along the line. But you're going to see brick in front of it because all the brick is, you can just pick them up and move them with your hands. And we're going to put the brick back on the face side of it, but to stabilize it and to stabilize the retaining, which is behind it, which is rotted out the fence. We're going to put a small retaining wall behind the brick to hold the dirt and to stabilize the fence, but you're not going to see the granite. You're going to see brick like it is now.
Now I understand what you're saying. So when you're saying you're not really stabilizing the fence, you're stabilizing the grade.
And the fence.
Well,
and
the
the
fence
posts, and the
is
posts.
self-standing by the sonotubes. The last time they engineered those things, they weren't supported by what was behind them. So again, to be clear, there is no granite in this wall. Number two, is a granite, are you talking about like a piece of granite curb thing, or what are you?
Post underneath the post, the wooden post. So the wooden post
please.
is not in the ground anymore. It's supported by a granite block.
What's fastening the block?
Stephen. I think why they're doing this is so that you're not having the post stuck right in.
That's what it's doing.
Yeah, so that you're not looking at that above grade. I think that's why they're doing it.
Right. So
So you're taking a more traditional material, quote unquote, and having it pop above grade, but it's sitting on top of the sonotube.
so this is going to be what width under each post?
The width of the post, which are
4 by
4
4.
by 4s.
And then the brick will terminate into it on each side?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to understand. Yep.
It's a granite post, and why the fence, I mean, it was beautifully built. So the whole fence is somewhat still structural. There are some rotten parts, but what failed was the post in the ground.
They rotted.
They rotted.
Yeah.
The landscapers are always watering the plants. So my idea was looking across the street and seeing the granite. And it's like, well, why don't we just do small blocks?
Okay,
Okay.
I'll do comments if you don't.
Yeah, that would be great.
So my concern is only that I think that the modification is acceptable. But on the left, I know we've heard a couple times that there's no brick, but there is brick. So I think that that treatment should continue. You know, you're going to be removing the brick sidewalk or a couple of pieces of brick along the sidewalk to do this. So you'll have access to the brick underneath the fence on the left side of the house as you're facing it. And I think just for the purpose of continuity, it should be the exact same treatment on both sides. And if you happen to only see a half of an inch of brick in one location on the left, and then it goes to 3 inches, which it does on the far left, then it's consistent.
Yeah.
But that would be my only concern with this application.
Well, that's what we have planned to do, is to
Okay.
run that brick, whatever width it is, run it across again.
Well, I appreciate you being so accommodating. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, who's next? Thank you, Abby.
I didn't have that concern, but then I had that concern. Now I've been relieved of that concern. So I'm fine with the new foundation underneath that. My concern was that 24-inch gate, and you said that you're going to put that back. That's going to be reconstructed, because I thought it looked really odd when it was first presented that 24 inches going back to the house was left off, and now you've said you're actually going to return that.
Yeah,
Make
see
a
this
return.
side, Abby, up there, this side, actually, the whole fence fell down. It rotted out. The other side had the gate, but it was hanging off. So we'll put them back.
Okay, I have no more concerns. Thanks.
Thank you, Abby. Val.
I'm fine with this.
Okay. Diane,
No, she's muted.
you're muted, Diane.
I am okay with it. I just wanted to ask one question because it's driven me crazy since I saw this thing. Why the front door is there in the middle of the front of the building?
Yeah.
But it is not the same on both sides. It's off like 6 inches. I don't know why. It's just one of those things that drives you crazy when you're trying to figure it out. I just thought I'd mention it.
Downspouts,
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
leaders.
maybe so. Right. But you're okay with the fence proposal, Diane?
Yeah, yep.
All right. I think we can move it.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yeah.
Before you make a motion, I just wanted to take this opportunity to recommend Ed to reach out to Erica at Town Administration with any of the work that's being proposed on the sidewalk. I want to make sure that you're taken care of before,
Yep.
ask permission first.
Yep.
Thank you.
Or beg forgiveness.
No, we don't want to do that.
No, I'm kidding. All right, thank you, Holly. Let's see, who made the motion? I forget.
I think you did through proxy, who was me.
Okay, so Stephen did my motion through proxy. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Ray, aye. Okay, thank you.
May I
Uh,
ask,
And,
was
uh,
there any?
I'm gonna
anything
ask
we should
Holly to
write
come
down?
up and check it
Wait,
as
hang
it
on, we
moves
got
along.
multiple.
I'm gonna
comments.
ask Holly to come up and check it as we move along with the reconstruction.
Great, thumbs up. Okay, yes, Val?
Was there anything that I was supposed to write down?
Yeah, granite, well, just replicate except for the granite post under the posts.
Sounds good. Okay. All right, Linda, oh no, actually 126 R Main Street.
Oh, fun and games.
Okay. Regular board. Go for it.
I don't think we withdrew it,
99.
Holly, right? We held on to it until we came back with this application, or did we withdraw the other one? Yeah, there
Yeah.
was one that we withdrew and held it. Oh, I know, the 8 Bank Street's the one we held on to at a different board. We decided to come back and move the structure and keep the structure and work with the existing structure. And I put all the pictures in. Now that we took all the ivy off it, you can see just how bad the structure has been compromised by the ivy, which is all you can see going up the driveway is just a wall of ivy anyway. But if you look at the pictures, you can see how badly the building has been rotten away. The roof, the back walls, side walls. It's not as old as the house. I proved that in the previous applications, 1920s, 1930s, somewhere in there. The doors, an overhead door. You can see that right there in the pictures up there that that's rotten out. And on the because over years they have planted around it, mowed around it, let the mulch go around it. It's rotting from the ground up, the wooden part of it. There's the roof right there on that big screen. We initially asked you if we could remove it and replicate it, and nobody was enthusiastic about that. But of all the ones we've allowed to be demolished in town already for new structures, this is the worst one I've seen yet. So there was a lot of sentiment to leave the structure, though it's not an old structure, it was built for a car, not for a horse. And we will move it back, move it out of the setback so we can actually get around the structure. We can't even get to one side of it. Move it back on the property, repurpose the building and work with what we have. So that's why we are back. You'll have the new drawings that are in there as part of this application. It's not a separate application. So if you want to go down to the new drawings, you can see that the building's being repurposed. The front of it will still look like a garage, still visible from the street, but back further and a little bit to the right. And it will have carriage doors instead of the overhead lovely door that it has now. There it is on the screen. So we'd like you to consider the new proposal. Keep
Good.
the structure.
All right. Thank you.
Obviously make some adjustments to it, and all the sheathing's gonna have to be replaced, and the roof is gonna have to be replaced, and any of the supports that it's sitting on are gonna have to be replaced. So there you go.
Okay.
It can't sit there the way it is now. I don't know how much longer that's gonna work.
Mhm. Okay. Linda, thank you. Holly.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to say?
Oh, sorry, Chip. You're good? Okay.
We're here for
Holly.
questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is an HDC survey on file for this garage. It indicates that it's a circa 1915 contributing garage. Appreciate that the proposal is to renovate the garage instead of demolishing it and reconstructing it. The HDC denied the proposal to demo it in January of 2023, and demo and reconstruct in September of 2023 was withdrawn in hopes for a new application, which is before you tonight. Although proposed to be moved on site, it will still be visible from the public way as historically appropriate. The proposed fenestration does need work. The garage doors should reflect the existing. The triple French door is inappropriate, and the large fold-up window is also very inappropriate. All fenestration should be TDL on a historic structure within the OHD. And my main reason for this, I understand that they want to, bring it up to a little bit of, with the carriage style doors and make it a little pretty. But looking at the fact that this structure was built predominantly when we received vehicles on this island, and it should reflect that time frame. Very simple. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Oh, I did want to mention that we do have one abutters, and two, I do have an email from NPT that I got right at the meeting. So my apologies for not being able to send this sooner or provide a copy to Linda. But if you'll indulge me, I want to read this into the record. This is from Mary.
Sure.
I'm sorry this is so late. I hope you have a chance. You can share these comments with the commissioners regarding the application at 126 R.
Who is this one from?
Mary Bergman.
Oh, MPT.
The application to demolish the garage at 126 R Main Street was denied in January 2023. Were efforts made to restore the garage or otherwise stabilize the building in the intervening 10 months? An approval of the plans to move and rebuild, effectively demolishing the structure, could send the message to future applicants that the HDC will reverse their decision should an applicant wait long enough. Mary. Thanks, Mary.
I have to
so I
object to
have-
that. We never saw it and I have to object to that.
Linda, hang on.
I just received it.
No, she just got it.
At
It
4
just got
o'clock,
read
so-
into the record.
But it's not accurate.
Well, this is what I want to ask. So Mary is suggesting that we are approving a demo in that, or did I misunderstand what she was
I
saying?
think it's what she's saying is because the demo was actually flat out denied.
Visibility is questionable, but the triple French doors are all inappropriate. Thanks.
If it's not visible.
did you-
Hand up from
Oh.
Kevin.
Hand up. Could you give your name and did somebody say?
Yep.
Yeah, next door.
Yep, next door. We all set? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. All right. Well, my name is Kevin Toth, and my family's address is 128 Main Street. First, I'd like to express my gratitude to the HDC for working to preserve the legacy of historic Nantucket. As we rely on the HDC to preserve contributing buildings in their historic place, we ask that the HDC rely on the same reasoning you used to deny the demolition of this structure just earlier this year to now again deny this thinly veiled attempt to relitigate your decision. In short, this historic contributing outbuilding should be renovated in place. This salt box garage is over 100 years old and dates back to the introduction of automobiles on the island. Thus, it's intrinsically historic, it's visible from the street, it's part of the Main Street streetscape, and it's a contributing structure on Main Street, the most well-known historic street on the island. Applications like this, if approved, slowly erode the historical character of our island. If moving of the garage is allowed, it will be another example of creating a Disney version of Main Street, which lacks any semblance of history. The only difference between the application you heard on September 12th and what is now being presented is that the word demolition has been removed. This is form over substance. This is a demolition in disguise. In the HDC meeting on January 3rd, the applicant even went on record to say that there is nothing left to be saved and that to rebuild this structure, it would have to be demolished. Fortunately, the HDC denied the demolition, but then just a couple months ago in the September 12th meeting, the applicant said again on record that the structure is a, quote, mess and, quote, there's nothing left to save on it. If that is the applicant's view, then why should the HDC see this as anything other than a de facto demolition? The setback issue cited by the applicant was created by the developer when it subdivided this Main Street property via 4181L. But now they are conveniently using the setback as the reason they need to move this historic structure, contributing building from its original place. It is clear to anyone that looks at this construction site from Main Street that the reason they want to move this historic building is simply to get it far enough out of the way to allow another large Barbie house to be built behind it. This is no reason to disturb and potentially destroy a historic contributing structure visible from Main Street. The building must be maintained and saved in its historic place. The applicant has been responsible for this historic building since purchasing it in 2021, but there have been no efforts to maintain this building under the applicant's ownership. In fact, the exterior conditions have dramatically worsened during the massive construction underway at what was the pre-revolutionary War House at 126 Main Street, but will soon more closely resemble a brand new house. Not surprisingly, if you compare the photos of the historic outbuilding that the applicant is presenting today with the photos that were used in the subdivision application, you'll see that the structure in much better shape than it is being shown today after 2 years under the applicant's ownership. It has been visibly desecrated, suffering new holes through its garage door and windows, tons of missing shingles, and extensive digging underneath the structure due to construction site that is currently engulfing 126 Main Street. The HDC has authority to order historic buildings to be maintained and repaired, and the HDC should take a dim view when owners allow their buildings to fall into disrepair and then attempt to use their own neglect to justify demolishing or moving them. We ask that this sweet outbuilding finally receive the long overdue maintenance that it deserves from the applicant and be preserved in its historic place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we
No,
correct a few things? that
No,
you just stated?
Linda, hang on. No.
Because we object to what was stated.
Of course,
It's
you're allowed
patently
to.
incorrect.
Let the board decide that, please, Linda. Thank you. Okay, let's see, board members. Thank you, Abby.
Okay, so I appreciate that this old salt box shape is being preserved. It's one of those just pure forms that is just so wonderful to it's just all the dimensions are like perfect. I would prefer that if it was staying as where it is right now, because right now, when you look up the driveway, it makes sense. And, you know, it looks like you could drive up there and put it right, whatever, your horse or your buggy right in the building. The flush dormer, however, on this, I guess it's this south, I think the flush dormer is inappropriate. If you had to have a dormer, I would push them way up and make them more historic looking. Otherwise I would do something more like windows and a simple set of French doors. Other than that, I'd like to hear what other people have to say.
Very good,
Thank
Abby.
you.
Thank you. Who's next? Val?
Okay.
Come on, somebody.
I don't disagree with the dormer being kind of funky. I suspect it's there so the doors have height in the back, but it could come down and just snug around the door if that's the reason it's there. I agree that the fold up window, it's proportions more than anything, and that it has no panes. It's just too out of whack with everything else. And I do think that 5 French doors and a carriage door in this one little structure seems to be a lot, so something should be eliminated.
How do you feel about the garage door itself?
Especially probably on the west side. I personally, I understand why folks want to keep the overhead ugly door that's there because it makes more sense for a car, but I do like the carriage doors. I don't think those are inappropriate, so that's all I have.
And that overhead is not original to the structure, by the way.
Oh, no way. Okay, thank you, Val. Diane?
Yeah, I question the French doors, all the French doors and that window. I think the garage doors have got to go to the wooden ones that's shown in the proposed north elevation. I think the south elevation, I don't know, to me doesn't make too much sense. You got those French doors with the kick panel, and then you got the roof of the dormer, but you don't have any windows or anything else. What is the use of that dormer then?
Head height, Diane?
We don't need to go back and forth. Diane, you're just questioning the amount of space above the doors to the dormer, which I'm going to question as well. So go ahead, continue.
Okay, well, that is a question I have. I would, the east elevation is very simple, but again, that dormer comes down and is a question to me. I think the building should be as close as it can be to what it was. I think gussing it all up with the French doors and the window that I don't even know what it is not showing a historic garage that was saved, because it is historic. To do this to it, it has lost to me all of its historic charm. So there you are.
All right, there we are. Thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, left to right, north elevation, I think the carriage doors are too complicated.
What do you want to see there?
You got a set of doors there that, at least for the last, I don't know, 50 years, whatever it is, simpler, and it's part of the character of the house.
Stephen, your mic.
It's an overhead door, Stephen. It's only one door.
All right, I'm gonna ask you guys all to please zip it.
Well, I'm just
Thank
trying
you.
to
Thank
figure
you.
this out.
Thank you. The character of the proposed doors, I think, are not in keeping with the historic trait of the building, number one. Number two, what's the purpose of the 5-foot move?
To get it out of the setback, A. B, we can't even touch the east side, period. Because we'd have to jump onto someone else's property. And it's rotten because it's been so
Okay.
jammed up there.
Thank you.
that the whole wall is rotten out.
And then but the purpose, the architectural purpose of getting out of the 5-foot, out of the setback, there isn't one for maintaining the property, right? The structure.
We can't do anything to it right now.
Well, if it's 3 feet, you still have workspace.
Not much.
Well, it's better than nothing, right?
We're still gonna be on her property.
There's a law about that.
Let's not back it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I get a clarification? The applicant's agent said we're gonna still be on her property.
To
What-
work on it.
Okay, thank you. So that answers the 5-foot versus something lesser. I think, the dormer in the back, to me, the west and the east elevations proposed are actually more inappropriate and atypical than the view from the south. Although I'll admit the south with the top plate height of that dormer, it doesn't converse at all with the doors below. It would either normally be higher, so there was windows there, or it would be lower to indicate that it was for the doors to be there. So those comments are, to be taken with consideration of the lack of visibility. They still are atypical, and I think as are the triple French doors and that other window. I think for me, the primary thing here is 2 points. One is consideration of a lesser move. Are you splitting hairs at 3 feet, 5 feet? I do think that seeing this garage more fully, the doors from the front, is just part of the historic setting. So I think that a 3-foot would be more appropriate, without, I believe, jeopardizing the historic character. And secondarily, more as a practical matter, I think that we need to be looking at an inventory and documentation of the structural elements that'll be retained before we just say, yes. I'd like to know, unless you'd care to retract perhaps some hyperbole at a previous meeting about whether this couldn't be resuscitated or not. I prefer not to go down that road. I just want to know what can be retained, what's proposed to be retained, which I presume will be the same thing, and then that's in the file for documentation. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. There, I gotta turn my mic on. So agree with everybody on the score of the garage doors facing north, also known as Main Street. I think they should just be vertical board doors with strap hinges, you know, I mean, that would really be the most appropriate thing to be using here.
No lights?
No lights.
Okay.
You know, I mean, this is a simple barn-like thing. And to that point, I would go around, even though I'm aware that the triple doors and that big sort of bizarre A window will be of little to no visibility. I still think that they need to be pulled back. And to Diane's point, and some other people on the board all mentioned the fact that this dormer is so tall on the south elevation for no really apparent reason, because the doors are way down there, and then we've got this massive amount of space between, so that can come down. But I also do want to talk about the placement of the building, and I'm okay with the relocation of this building for the simple fact that if we look at the Sanborn maps, this building seems to float all around the place, because some of the Sanborns don't have it at all. Some of this, I haven't seen any Sanborn maps that show where it currently is located.
Yeah,
but I do.
1949, it does show.
49.
Yep. 23 and 49.
49, it shows it where it is.
Yep. Because the lot lines moved around so much between that lot, the one next to it and one behind it. 49 shows it and 23 shows it where it is now.
Okay.
But before that, it was a different structure in a
was-
different location.
Yeah, gone or someplace else. Anyway, I'm okay with it moving, because I believe Holly had said even in its new location, you're still going to be able to see it from Main Street, which is definitely true, which is why I would like those doors facing Main Street to be the way I describe them. Anyway, those are.
Clarify that, Mr. Chairman,
What's
because
that?
I've heard different things. I don't want overhead doors on that thing. If we just.
No,
it
no, I
doesn't
was
have
just,
overhead
I was suggesting just regular old vertical board barn
barn
door
doors.
strap hinges.
Strap hinges, okay,
That's me.
that's fine.
Okay,
I have
so
a question
yeah.
just about those doors. I was just, so we've had this come up almost every single HDC meeting. Are these French doors that are on main, that are right on the street? You proposed garage doors and behind them French doors. No?
Just the
No,
garage doors.
it looks like that in the drawing. So I
No.
just wanted to clarify that. So behind the doors is just nothing.
Space.
A
Terrific.
garage.
Okay, thank you.
The garage.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. How,
See the French doors and the.
Those are
oh,
the
that's on
carriage
the,
doors.
yeah, that's on the side.
These are just garage doors. They would be garage doors forever.
Garage doors on the right, French doors on the back.
But presumably those are going to get reworked. So can I have a motion?
Yeah, given the sensitivity of the project, I'm gonna ask for a motion to hold for some revisions and to include an inventory of the structural elements to be retained. And a damn good reason not to move it 3 feet instead of 5. That's my motion.
Okay. Strike the word damn. That's not in
was
the
an acronym.
HDC's
I won't
lexicon.
get into what the acronym is.
Okay, so on Stephen's motion, Stephen's vulgar motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
I
thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, folks, thank you. All right, we still have Linda, 47 Milk Street.
Can I note that we're 13 applications in?
Yeah.
Just a little John McLaughlin
Yeah.
throwback there.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's, don't
47
want-
Milk Street, you're all, I guess I had the regular board,
What's that?
47 Milk, regular board.
47 Milk, well, you do have the regular
Yeah,
board.
that's what I'm just checking.
Oh, you're just asking?
Yeah. Most of you are familiar with this property. They have turned the pool left to right. Same square footage. It was 32 by 16. It's now 29 by 19. Same square footage. They just turned it east and west instead of north and south. And as you know, I gave you a bunch of pictures the last time and they're in this packet as well. You cannot see anything through the guy's buildings next
pool.
door of the pool. And that was the whole point. And we kept the height the where you asked us to keep it the last time, which is why you have the section in there. And it is at 42 where you asked it to be, lower than the house and level with the pool house to the rear.
So really, you're just turning it.
Yeah, I'm turning it and then just changing the dimensions, but it's the same square footage
Okay,
in the same location
okay. Thank you, Linda. Holly,
and not visible clearly.
Holly,
I have no comments.
no comments. Is this within?
No,
Oh, okay, it's labeled as green, but. Mickey, do you have anything to say on this?
We didn't look at this one.
but
Okay,
it's not
thanks.
BLHD.
Okay, I'm gonna have it over to the board then. Oh, actually, I should ask. Anybody here to speak on this application?
We've never had anybody but the people across the street in this graveyard showing up.
I don't see anybody, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Board members.
I have a question.
Hmm.
It doesn't, from what we're being shown as the previous approval, this has some hardscaping in terms of retaining and stairs and a separate spa.
The way it's being graded, Val, a lot of that's gone away.
What's going away?
It's shown on your new proposed plan,
And there was a wall there.
not in the previous one you're showing us.
I just rely on Bracken's plans.
Linda, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna argue about it, but it doesn't show any of that.
Well, it should be on a notation because they're not changing any of that stuff. That's what I've been told. And that's what Bracken said. It could be he didn't show. it on
Val,
yet. I
you
don't-
are looking at, as the previous, you're looking at Bracken's plan that just has the pool with the terrace around it. It's got a Alan Grady's stamp on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one you're using, right? As
And
the,
then you go back to what's being proposed now, it's significantly different. There's a separate spa,
And it's going, it's
steps and
oriented,
retaining.
oriented the other way.
Yeah, I get
well,
that.
it's definitely oriented the other way, right? That we all agree on.
And is it retaining on both sides of the site?
If you go to the cutaway, the section that Bracken did again. You can see how it dropped down level with to.
That doesn't
Below the
tell me
house.
what those.
There's no retaining wall showing.
Hold on a minute.
Anything anymore. Not visible. but that's what you do.
All right, Val, so you've said your piece.
Tried to.
Okay.
There is a retaining wall on the first one, if you want to go with the retaining wall.
And it looks like the retaining wall is on the, closer to the main house and it's about 2 feet high. Who wants to go next? Just to move this along.
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
I'm having issues with the grade. Prior approval was 42 feet. And this shows with 1, 2, 3 steps at 8 inches. 43 foot. And that is, I guess that's where the retaining walls came in. So I just, this is a complicated enough project that it should be very clear on what the drawings of what's proposed are. That there's no modifications above and beyond what's being requested in the application. And if there are, that they're self-evident.
It
So
says
I'm please,
42 right
please, Linda, stop. So there you have it.
Like, for example, in the previous approval, the spa was part of the pool and now it's a separate thing. I think that's what Val just said.
Yeah. And then there's some incongruencies. I'm looking at the grade marks and it's unclear. I mean, I see patio 42
And the pool is.
times 0, which it's a different vocabulary than the grade marks. So it's confusing.
Okay.
All the other grades are just simply called out at grade. This is called 42 times 0.
So should we hold this for more complete information?
Yeah.
Chairman, this section right here, as part of the application, says the pool is level with the top of foundation of the pool house, which is at 42. This section clearly shows the pool down at 42, lower than the house, which is what you asked for.
I'm sorry, I have another, the two. Well, there's a lot of thicker shaded in areas. Are those retaining walls
On which one, Bill?
on what you're proposing?
All right, if you go back to the first one, there's a retaining wall on that west side as well as the west side of this one. So the retaining wall is still there.
She's talking about the ones on the south, to the south of the pool, between the pool and the house.
No, it's east
No.
and west, north and south.
Can you zoom out a little bit, please?
What Val is asking about is that now there appears to be a retaining wall on the east side.
This was shown
Yeah.
on both, but now there's one here and some in here.
Correct.
And a spa there.
That's right.
Right, because you're walking
That's
down to it.
another. And what's top of wall?
42.
Anybody else want to jump in on this one?
I can verify it, but it's not visible, so.
Yeah, top of wall is not indicated on the retaining walls to the left and the right. Look, it just, there's enough eyes on this. We all want to do it right to begin with. It needs to be easy to understand, like a fifth grader should be able to read these plans.
So let's move to hold it for more complete information in terms of the walls and so forth. And exactly what has changed since the previous approval.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yes, please.
All right. Can somebody move that?
So moved.
All right, so Stevens moved that we get more information regarding the height of the retaining walls and specifically what has changed, spa moving outside of the pool, et cetera, et cetera.
Could I get a question in? Could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Ray?
Diane?
Yeah,
Yeah, sure, of course you can.
I watched this thing grow. And I spent many times down on Wynn Street where a friend of mine used to live. And I've never seen so many houses on one piece of property. And I've been trying to find what the square footage is that they have left. That they haven't built on, and I can't find that. So if you're going to call for stuff to come back in, could you ask them to give us, or at least put it where I can find it, on what the square footage is left to use?
Ground cover. Plan, Diane, you probably can't see it. It's only 21.5% in a 30% zone.
Did you hear that, Diane?
Yeah, I did hear. Okay,
Okay.
so it's 21% and they got 30, right? That's what you
Right.
said.
So
Okay.
they're considerably under the ground coverage.
And the lot is, it's a 5,000 square foot zone, which is one of the ones left.
Hang on, let's.
It's a 19,000 square foot lot.
We're steering off the trail right now. Stephen has made a motion. And the motion is to hold for more information on Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Ray, aye. Okay, Linda, one more at 5 Surfside.
Simple, pool, can't see it. Can't see it through the buildings. Can't see it through the small gate. You can't see it from anywhere. And fences around it. And that's pretty much it. Obviously not very large pool.
Well, it's not small. What's the hot tub?
Hot tub you guys already approved. A couple months ago. So it's not visible from anywhere. You got an airlift in here to even see it. Because you got a building on one side, you got a building on the other side, you got a garage apartment on one side, you got the building blocks it completely from Vesper Lane. So it's one of those.
What are we thinking,
caveats.
board members?
Can't see
Chair.
it from here.
Oh, Holly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, you all approved a historic determination for this property. This is a circa 1900s called the Grimes House. The owners have been going through historic tax credit process. They have, I think, been awarded money so far. And with that, not only does the Historical Commission review for the compliance section as a regulatory, not regulatory, but a check the box, if you will, for their process at the state. This commission reviewed the historic determination. Since this is a contributing property and recipient of historic tax credits, I did want to just touch base with the preservation planner who handles this. And she wanted to read that to the commission. The pool and hardscape have not yet been submitted for historic tax credit review as they are proceeding with securing the local approvals, which is why they're before you tonight. If accepted by the HTC, they will file amendments with MHC and the National Park Service to update the proposed scope of work detailed in the tax credit application. So just in case there were any questions on whether or not there was hindering that. As far as visibility goes, while the pool is large, and so is the patio, I'm not sure it will be visible from either Surfside or Vesper. I did mention that the patio could be less harsh and a little softer with softer edges. And of course, the commission, you'll probably put your caveat on there. But this is a over 100-year-old structure, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay.
The garage is much more modern. It's been added. In our time.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Board members. Come on, don't be bashful.
We can't see it. I guess we don't have any jurisdiction. It's interesting, though. We can get tax credits on an old house and then put in a pool.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Seems like a disconnect to me, but whatever.
But you're okay.
Yeah.
All right, Abby.
Well. So between the pool and Surfside Road is just is that like a solid
Yeah.
6-board vertical fence? Okay.
Yep.
I have a little trouble with that. So could you go to somebody else?
Stephen.
Sure. Can we go to the 5th slide, please?
Page 5 or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
And zoom in the lower half. A little bit more. Take it up 3 clicks.
Oh, please.
Oh, I missed that.
So I'm frankly more concerned about those doors that are installed backwards that drive me nuts every time I drove by them. They're atypical, inappropriate.
On what, the garage?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's a reversal of the typical support structure that goes to the rear that's not visible on a door.
No, I'm with you.
I would.
And the lamps on either side of the sliding doors.
Yeah.
So they have to replace them every time they open the doors.
Not to mention that the shutters don't properly sized.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are my concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, but the pool's fine.
Well, that's
bring
not
them-
fine, but
Well, no,
from
I'm
our
just
purview,
saying.
it is.
Yeah. Okay, Stephen, thank you. Diane? Diane? Hello?
Here we go.
There we are.
I don't know, because I can't see. It would be neat sometimes if we got a drawing of a site thing. There is a tree which is guarded. It's a tulip tree in the backyard. Pool better not be near it, because it is a retainable tree owned by the town.
The town does not own that tree.
Yeah, Diane, how do you know that the town owns that tree?
Because I was part of the group that got it secured by the town.
Way in the back.
It's not a town tree.
It's one of 3 major tulip trees around in town. I don't know what's out of town. I have one, this house has one, and Rosa Gomes' old house has the 3rd.
Okay, but the tree is not where the pool's going.
No, well, I didn't know because it's not clear. It would be nice to have it just a little bit clearer than everything just taken by photographs and added on. It's an important corner, and we should be, be pleased with what we've come up with. And I agree with you on the garage facade. It's crazy.
Okay,
I'll bring that to their attention. They didn't put them on.
okay, yeah. I'm fine with the pool. What's
Make a
put up
motion.
now?
Motion to fix the garage doors and approve the pool.
I can't put the garage doors on this because it's nothing to do with hardscape. It's a structure.
Also,
I'll make sure that
It's a
something happens.
symbolic motion.
Yeah, it's a symbolic
Okay, but
motion.
just don't make it part of the motion where she's gonna print it in minutes. I got it. I didn't like them either.
Okay, so Stephen has made a motion, fix the garage doors and you get the pool. On Stephen's motion, Val.
I gotta clarify again, that's not part of the motion. The doors cannot be part of the motion. I will have them deal with it, but it's not
We
part of the
just had a
motion.
house change paint colors. It wasn't part of the application. We are running roughshod.
Yeah,
We are putting.
Don't do it.
Wild West.
We're
Damn
throwing
the
caution to the
mosquitoes.
wind here.
That's fine, but don't do a
Motion to approve
structure
is
with
submitted.
hardscape.
Please get those
there we go.
garage doors
Motion
fixed.
to
I'll fix
approve
them.
is submitted.
Paint
Val,
'em gray.
Aye.
Abby,
No.
Diane,
No,
okay, Stephen.
Wouldn't it be funny if I said no?
Well,
No, I'm
yeah,
coming for you.
I would
Yeah.
be surprised.
I assume the usual conditions on
Stephen's
there.
in? Hey,
Yes,
hey,
if you get the garage.
Garage door.
Stephen,
Yes.
are you
Yes.
aye? Okay, and I'm an aye, so that motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed.
But with that caveat, right, not seen at the time of inspection.
You're on tape.
You'll let the guys go until
6:45,
Sunset
fix the
Hill.
garage.
Okay, so now we're on to 305 Pulpus Road.
Want me to let Bander in?
yeah, please.
Those HEC people are horrible. They're just horrible people. Want me to fix my garage doors. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just.
Funny. Very funny. Okay.
Did you sign these? No. No, you might not have been off. Were you on 2 dudes?
Good evening, Robbie.
Hello.
Hi, Robbie.
Hi.
These all need signatures here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nice. What the hell?
What's your name? The procedure. It was like night and day.
What are we doing?
You want him to start?
Could you start? My computer is screwed up. Thank you. I'll sit on it. Is that all right?
Yeah.
You chair?
What do you mean? Is that all right?
All right,
Yeah.
just checking.
Okay.
I've got to get
Robbie,
this
why don't you
fixed.
tell us where on the site you want to put this fence?
You
and
see
then-
the red line on the site plan?
Can we zoom in on the red line, please? All right, And then can we go up to the locust, please? Okay, Robbie, the road is just
To the, Pulpus Road is to the north.
so here.
Yes. No, it runs right along Phil's property line. That blue line is Pulpus Road.
Okay. and then what-
Basically.
Whoa, we're getting pixelated. I look like I'm back in college and I should have taken that selfie. What's this?
That, I believe, is all conservation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So the purpose of this fence is that apparently there's quite a bit of construction on the adjacent lot to the east. That's east, right? Yeah. And apparently Phil has told me that it's an investment property that they're going to substantially rent. So he's trying to preserve his privacy and, that sort of thing with this fence. So that is why he's asked me to bring this in for approval. And it's quite an extensive piece of property. I've forgotten can somebody read the?
Yeah,
square
I mean,
footage?
there's one section is over 300 feet and then
Yeah, but he's got like 10
88
acres or something.
that's a lot of fence though.
Yeah, but he said he wanted it to run.
All right, guys, no crosstalk, please.
It's quite a ways from the road. You can see that his driveway is pretty impressive. And it's well back within those trees, Val. So the photographs, I think that the top two especially the last one on the right on the top is basically where he wants to screen his neighbor. So it runs from the left of that screen back towards the back of his property. So it doesn't go towards the road at all. And I agree, 300 feet of fence
It's more than,
it's a stretch.
it's like 5 with all the pieces combined. I guess. Is it right? It can't be right on the line. It can't be right on the line.
Why not?
It can't be. The fence right on.
Do
the
you want me
line.
to articulate our guideline?
Yeah,
Okay. So Robbie, we've got a longstanding guideline that fence is installed. It actually could be on the property line subject to planting of vining material.
Okay.
Alternating panels. In order to do that, like a climbing hydrangea, you have to cut a portion of the bottom panel out for the plant material to grow on both sides.
How far do you want it from the line?
Pardon?
How far would you like it from the line?
Well, just enough to plant
5 feet?
a vining material.
5 feet.
would be great.
5 feet. He's going to be good with that. He's got 10 acres.
Or if, I mean, I'm good with a foot, but just so you can plant something there.
For the record, I think you should use vegetation.
Okay. Val, do you have anything else?
No, I was just, that's a lot of fence
Yeah.
to just not have any
I'm with you.
mitigation.
What's floating?
Why don't we go to Ray, who never gets a chance to be second?
Oh, I love being second. I'd be perfectly fine with that. The length of the fence, it's set back from the road, and if we're gonna plant the neighbor's side, then completely 100% fine.
Diane? Diane?
Muted.
Joe?
I,
Oh,
the
Diane?
red line. I should be okay. I should not be, I'm not muted. The red
No,
line.
you're okay.
Oh,
Go ahead, Diane.
propose the fence location. Why does it have that little triangle?
Property line.
It's the property line.
Diane, did you hear Robbie?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a funny property line. Thank you. I didn't know whether they were trying to avoid something in the other property. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
I'm good.
Joe.
I'm good. I'm good with it.
Okay, Joe?
Well, it looks like a beautiful pastoral property. And I feel like the fence is a clumsy way to screen, and that you've got so much land area there, you could terrace, you could berm it, you could put plants on it, and you could achieve exactly what you're trying to achieve without having to build a floating fence that just runs the section. So I think that the landscape solution, he's going to want to drive by more. And I'm not convinced, frankly, that you're not going to see it, because the view down this driveway and into the property is so wonderful. And I wouldn't approve any kind of fence the way it's, except for a split rail. I think it is a landscape solution that would make the owner happier. That's my opinion.
Thanks, Joe. Who's left?
Mr.
Me.
Chair,
Go ahead.
just as, obviously your planner, but also as somebody who lives in this area and drives by this site every day, very well known to the vegetation. As you can see, there's a lot of understory. That's where you can see it's visible, because there's a lot of tupelos mixed in with pines. So you're going to see this. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that it'd be atypical to see a fence of this nature in this area of Pulpus Road. Typically you see split rail fences, and split rail fences are it. So I just wanted to bring that into consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Robbie, where I'm at on this is that I think that probably in our rural roads guidelines, this extensive amount of fence is probably frowned upon, if not outright indicated as inappropriate. Number one, I think that to the extent any material length of this is visible, clearly it's inappropriate. And I think that it would be appropriate to see if there's some way to, maybe if there are selective areas, maybe there's 100-foot run somewhere towards the back where there's something particularly of concern that the applicant wants to address. And maybe some of this could be some berming and some planning, or if you could take a look at it. I don't think you have the support for an approval as it is. So those would be kind of rolling it all into my thoughts and asking for a motion.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, thank you. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Ray?
Aye.
Okay, so that carries unanimously.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Next up, 69 Hulbert.
Mhm.
Hi, Jeff.
Well, good evening.
Welcome to the HDC.
Thank you.
So this is a window replacement.
Yeah.
Well,
Now, Jeff, you want to, I think you have it down as Anderson. You're going to switch that spec.
Yes, sir.
Is that-
So,
Just tell us a little bit. Yeah.
do I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My clients want to upgrade their windows more for insulation purposes and function better. We started off with trying to see if we would put some Anderson windows in, but a very helpful person informed me that Boston Sash made a insulated window that looks a lot more historic. And despite the fact that they cost 3 times more, my clients are inclined to ask HDC if we could put those in. Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, one other thing. The other request that you're making here, and Holly's probably going to talk about this. It looks like you're going from 12/12s to 6/6 everywhere. Is that?
No, you're reading an old application. I came in and changed that
Oh.
back to 12/12s to keep it the same,
Okay.
same layout.
All right.
Thank you.
Jeff, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 69 Hulbert is a contributing structure. It's a circa 1926 colonial revival. And we also have a draft Form B with our survey work going on. And this is called Jetty Lee. The existing HDC survey indicates that this circa 1925 has 12 or 12 windows on the facade facing Hulbert Avenue. It's a character defining feature, so I appreciate hearing that it'll be retained. And our updated Form B also indicates that wood sashes have been replaced, so there is precedent of replacements. However, the front obviously should say 12 or 12 as consistent with the HGC survey and what is historically appropriate. No concerns with SDL if the muttons are the Nantucket profile. Glad to hear Boston sash. I did want to make a comment that due to, this is a historic structure, almost 100 years old. It would be nice, as typically recommended, to have a window survey. Understanding that is a typical thing that we see, but I do understand that we know of windows being replaced. I just don't know which ones versus the others. So that would have been helpful. But again, I'm glad to see that the proposal has changed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, anything?
Nothing to add to what Holly just said. We agree that they should stay 12 over 12s and wood windows. And if they are already replaced, then it's okay to replace them again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Through Mr. Chair. Jeff, are you guys going to be putting up the triple track again, or you're going to use something Boston Sat? Is it going to be just screen? What are you thinking there?
No, that's the beautiful thing. We don't have to put the storm windows on.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it'll look a lot more historic.
Great. Thank you. So I guess my next question is, does anyone have any concerns?
No.
Then a motion to approve is with the application information updated. I understand let me back out of the motion a second. I understand you have more recent application digital submission. What we're looking at is the old prior convert the 12 over 12 to 6 over 6. So when I say update the submission, I'm referring to using 12 over 12 versus 6 over 6. So with that in mind, I would say motion to approve as submitted for 12 over 12 with the Boston sash.
Aye.
Sounds good. Now, what I should have done is clarified the board. Connie, I believe you're in the rotation on this, okay? All right, so you heard the motion. So Val's and I, Connie?
Aye.
Great. Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. So motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much, Jeff. Okay, so now we got Val Oliver up at the witness stand. Was this the one? Oh, I can write these notes. Okay, let's see. So we're down Val, we're down Abby. 1, 2. No,
Yeah.
we're good. We'll just take Diane, Stephen, Joe, Connie, me. All right. All right. Go ahead.
This is a new dwelling going out on 126 Somerset Road. John's family owns this property and they just subdivided so the kids can split it up. He's got one, his sister's the other. They're keeping the existing house, so this is the way to keep it all in the town. Right. Very basic. The house is at the rear of the lot. This is right before you get to the golf course. When you turn off of Somerset Road onto the golf course road.
Oh,
yeah. Before turning on my top.
There you go. Okay.
Oh, no, I'll go home. Oh.
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
I just suggest bury the top plates into the bury the window headers on the second floor into the top plates. Other than that, it's a little bit, but I think it makes a difference.
Okay.
Okay, Stephen, thank you.
Yeah.
So the
Joe?
Well,
so the freeze board hits the is on top of it.
I would actually say lower the top plate,
Yeah.
because then you don't change the relationship of the sills to the roof.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Oh, do I need to sign that?
I don't think it's far back from the street. Feels appropriate. My only comment is that the 4-panel front door feels foreign a little bit. I actually like the 4-light door on the side as a front door, but
Oh,
just feels more in keeping with the style of the house. But I don't think you're gonna see it, but it's just a suggestion.
You talking about the front door or this, oh, the
The
raised
s-
door?
Yeah, the raised panel door just feels a little bit foreign to the style house. It sort of feels like a farmhouse. And I
Yeah,
think that,
We can match the side door and the front door.
yeah, I like the side door, but it's far back from the street, so
Hmm. Okay. Connie?
Yeah, I don't have anything additional to add. I do like the door suggestion, though. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, my thought, I don't know what anybody else thought, was to take that fence all the way across the front instead of having I don't understand it under 2 windows because they're not gonna come out the windows. So I would just put it right across the whole front there.
Are you talking about the railing, Diane?
Yeah, the railing right there.
Well, but then you wouldn't be able to get in the front door, right?
Yeah,
If I
you would-
understand you correctly.
you don't
You
need
would-
the
would bring it up on the left to the front door and you would keep the right where it is, and then you would just go in the front door. Or you would go sit there on the front porch if you wanted to. It just seemed to me easier if it all went across the step blocking off the front door, which you wouldn't do. And I would like to see the front door simpler. I don't know, not with a cottage, but
Can I comment on that?
something else than the 4-panel. That's it.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen, you want to?
Yeah, I think what I'm catching from Diane is on the left side of that 4-panel door. It's not unseen
Oh.
to actually have a rail that would continue over to
Yeah.
frame that door, but just have it die into
I
a
see.
waist high post
Yeah, I get it.
and then
That's
continue that rail. As
Right.
this, Diane, this was to your point.
Yeah, perfect. That's what I was
Mr.
trying to say.
Bones would like to just take the railing off.
Or you could take the railings off.
Yeah, so Diane, the modified proposal is to get rid of the rail entirely. That would
Okay.
solve problems.
you need it on the side because of the window or the
Right.
stairwell, but you lose it from the front, which I think would be nice.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Okay, has everyone spoken on this? Okay, sounds like we can make. something
Exhibit
happen.
A.
Yeah.
So, motion to approve subject to exhibit A.
Oh,
And-
I'm sorry, I was just gonna, one thing I meant to say is I agree with Joe on the using the side door as the front door.
Yeah, so I'm gonna mark up front door as a side door type. Accent the baluster and rail and, lowering the top plate
Oh,
on the
yeah.
second floor.
Okay. That's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Diane,
Hi.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there's that. So we have a garage for same.
yes. Again, natural to weather everything, sand tone. Sash, Essex screen door.
Oh.
The door, garage door faces the house, not the street.
Do we go straight to the board on this one? I think so. So same board comments.
Oh, I meant to ask on the last one, if I may, Mr. Chair, Stephen Welch, Elena. What are the colors?
Natural to weather, sand tone sash, and Essex green door.
Okay, so with respect to this application, the natural to weather corner boards helps me immensely because that eliminates that kind of rocket ship perception that white corner boards would create. So that was my potential concern that's been addressed by the applicant's wonderful agent.
Thank you, Stephen. Next.
I'll go.
Thanks, Joe.
I'm assuming you're gonna have lots of plants screening the south elevation from the street, right? Just a lot of, that's the south elevation faces road.
Yes.
Yep.
There's actually a big tree out there.
But yes,
There's gonna be more land, sure.
Okay, I guess I'm fine with it.
Okay, Joe, Connie.
I was thinking it was kind of high, but I think Stephen kind of went into that discussion. So I'm fine. Thank you.
Connie, thank you. Diane.
Is the drawing we just had up with the garage doors, was that the house or the garage?
this is the garage and it's 22 feet 4 inches tall.
Okay. So the my only feeling is perhaps 2 windows down below on the first floor of the south facing the road that sort of would balance out those 2 up in the
Yeah, or even 1 and 1.
or, yeah, something.
Yeah.
Okay, is that it, Diane?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my own view of this is that it's very tall in relation to its footprint. Feels very boxy.
Yeah.
And I would say of the 4 elevations, the one that is the least impressive or dynamic is the south, which is the one facing the road.
Right.
I don't know what to do about that. It's not overly tall. I think it just has to do with the fact that the volume is narrow in relation to its height, and it's all full 2 stories. So I don't know what to do about that.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I was gonna suggest fenestration on that first floor of the south, and and Diane mentioned it. What if you did 1 window on the second floor centered on the gable and 1 window on the first floor? I don't know. It could use some first floor fenestration for sure. But that's
Right,
why.
what about, Joe, what about 1 on the up where you suggested and then 2 down on the first floor? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think that would look nice.
Well, should we just say like the south elevation needs more fenestration at a minimum?
Yeah.
Or what about lattice?
So
that's true.
I'm not adverse
Pale.
to like a lattice pattern there that's covered with beautiful pink dawn roses.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That could become a
There you go.
postcard.
Yeah. We still have 1 hour and 15 minutes left.
Emmy's out the door.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so somebody make a motion on this.
Are you good with lattice?
I would be
hope-
fine with lattice.
Like lattice.
Hold for visions.
No.
Diane, if you don't mind, I'm gonna motion for lattice on the south face to the extent that it covers a minimum of 75% of the open shingled area. 6-inch on center, vertical, horizontal.
Okay.
That'll be an exhibit A.
Okay. That's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. So let's see, there you go, Val. Now we're to Mirka at 45 Shawcamo. Abby's back.
No, I.
Oh, you're not back?
Abby's back.
Okay.
Sunset Hill.
Oh, it's the next one. Okay, so Val's back. Val's back. 1, 2,
I just.
3, 4. Yeah. So let's go to
yeah.
Joe. 45 Giacomo. This one.
Yes, that's me. Yeah. Can't tell.
Don't see it.
Mirka,
I'm taking my own notes.
Waiting for the, because the plan.
Are ya?
Here, but I'm ready if you're ready.
we're ready. I'm ready.
So this is application just to revision of the material for the walls, which were approved. And again, I'm trying to wait for the plan to come up so I can kind of walk you through it. On the first plan, on the first, if you Jonathan, if you don't mind to like zoom out, perfect. I would like to just point out on the lower images from the street. First of all, this existing the proposed driveway is cut through existing vegetation. So I did photos every few feet and you can see practically none of the commotion and construction is visible from the Shawcamo itself. This road was practically constructed for this construction. We are trying to, and all hardscape was already approved with the pool and everything. So what I would like to do is just to apply for a change of the material, just to make sure we are having it all done. So I will start first with the bottom walls, which are on each side of the driveway. As you can see, this side itself, it's very hilly and has really great change of the grading throughout it. So in the middle part where you have between the guest house and main house, we had to create almost like a bridge to get through one side to another. So it was a drivable access. So we have a 2 series of the walls, which we were constructed with the steel sheets for as a construction access, but we actually would like to keep it because it's it's just pretty seamless. It's a curtain steel and it just disappears. It's not visible from anywhere. And again, if Jonathan would, that's the first 2 walls between the main house and guest house on each side of the driveway. There's the second sheet, which will kind of illustrate the grading. So you can just see how the grade kind of dips down. So we were working partial with the grading, partial with the retaining. Again, these 2 walls on each side would be constructed from the steel sheets and not visible, and they are approximately 300 feet away from the public way. So again, deep in the vegetation, not visible. The second set of the walls, which are the curvy wall, kind of near in the front of the main house, we would like to do them in the curtain steel. Again, maximum height of those walls are approximately 30 inches. Curtain steel has the beautiful brown matte finish. Again, none of it is visible. These 2 sets of walls are approximately 420 feet away from the Shawcamo. And again, nothing of this is visible.
Got it. Thanks. Interesting idea. Abby's not on this, right? Yeah, so Joe's on it, right? So Val, Diane, Stephen, Joe, me. Who wants to go first?
I will.
Thanks.
You can't see it, I guess it's okay. It's very, very, very atypical.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. I don't think it will be visible. you're screening it with other parts of the landscape. And I actually think that, I mean, because of the material, you can get a very organic shape. And if that's all planted out, I think you're going to have a more natural feel to it than you would have with a stone wall. So, you know, that said, I still don't think you're going to see it. I think that steel will blend in. I like it. I think it's appropriate given its lack of visibility.
Okay, Joe, thanks. Stephen,
I agree with Joe.
right? Good. Diane,
Oh, I don't know. I guess it's interesting. If it fits in and you don't see it. So it's, I don't know why they have two of them, one at 4 feet and one at 3 in the same, following the same curve, but I'll listen more.
I think, Diane, it's to terrace so that it can be planted. Is that right?
Correct. And control the height too. So it's a huge grading. So just control the height so I can keep them under 3 feet.
Diane,
Yeah. I was just trying to figure out what she's keeping it under 2 feet. It says the steel wall was maximum height was 4 feet. So that's the wall the furthest away, and the other one is 3 feet. So if they're buried in and tucked in and they're not visible, we'll give them a try.
okay. Thank you, Diane. So one of my favorite sculptors is Richard Serra, so I'm all in favor of this. Can we make a motion?
I'd motion to approve as submitted
Okay.
due to lack of visibility.
Okay, due to lack of visibility. So that's Joe's motion. On Joe's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
On Joe's motion?
On
Aye.
Joe's, no, Joe on Stephen's motion. I'm kidding. Joe on Joe's motion.
Aye.
No wonder this girl can't do the minutes.
No,
Just added a week
it's
to the
me.
minutes.
It's me. Thank you, Joe, and I'm in favor. So motion carries. Thank you, Mirka. Let's see. Sophie, 4 Sunset Hill.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm gonna set off a couple. Sophie, it's nice to see you.
Okay.
Give these alternates.
So Abby's back. And Steven's gone. So Connie, this one's to you. All right, 4 Sunset Hill. By the way, you're only off for 1 because we scratched 20 Nancy Ann, and you're chairing the first old business, just so you know.
Mhm.
Okay, Sophie.
Hi, so 4 Sunset Hill, you guys may know it's the second one in on Sunset right off of North Liberty. And if you
I did.
can see the existing photos. It was the main structure was built in 1926. We went to NHA and we couldn't find, they didn't really have any additional information on it. But the main mass we do believe was built in 1926, and there is a little sort of garage with a sunroom on top of it that I'm thinking is probably the 70s or the 80s, just based on talking to the owners of the house. It's been in the same family, and just the building materials. It wasn't permanent. It doesn't appear to. It has sort of a metal garage door from the 80s overhead. That the house in general could really use some love. So what we're proposing, no additions or any changes like that, but it has an asphalt roof right now. We're proposing to do a wood roof. It has, maybe at the same time as that garage addition happened, without permission, there were plastic vinyl windows and plaid casement windows put in the back of the house, and in some visible from the street. So what we're proposing is it has really beautiful old the A's are the existing windows that we were hoping to pull all to the front and then remove any of the casement or the vinyl windows that are there.
Another change that we're proposing is on the front, there's a porch that's actually like quite long. It bypasses the door. So I'm wondering if you guys would consider shortening it up a little bit. And then some of the houses on Main Street, as opposed to just cedar natural weather lattice, have either painted V-groove or boards, like 1x5s that are kind of separated a little bit. It gives it a little bit more formality. And then on the rear, so it's primarily visible from the south and a portion of the east. I took a drone up to show you guys the existing north, which you can't from any way see. If you look in the photos, it'll show you aerially. There was a dormer that was put in the back. So that, which you physically cannot see from any, even neighbors can't see it. We're proposing on that north elevation to duplicate the existing dormer. And I know you guys hate these, but turn it into a Nantucket dormer to give a little more space on the second floor. But I promise it's absolutely, absolutely invisible. And also, as you'll see on the front there, the pediment, I have no way of knowing if that's original. It's completely fallen apart. It seemed a little almost out of place with how simple the house was. So I was proposing to, and then the house is actually quite dark on the inside, on the front there. So I was wondering if you guys would consider a door with transoms above, like a federal style. And I think that's it. Oh, sorry. And the base of the house right now is CMU, which has cracked and splayed a little bit in a few locations. And I know you guys have approved doing sort of a classic brick base around. So I was hoping that that would be an option as well to veneer the foundation.
Okay. Thank you, Sophie. Holly.
I cringe at veneer. I'm sorry.
Hmm?
I cringe with veneer.
Yeah.
So there is an HDC survey on file from our 1989 effort. It says it's circa 1930, so that corroborates with the 1926 date. I will notate that typically we see window surveys indicating the age and condition. Photographs would be extremely helpful. So again, veneer isn't appropriate in the OHD, especially on a contributing structure. Appreciate retaining those character defining 6/1 windows. That's awesome. And I'm glad to hear that to bring them to the forward, which is obviously visible from the public way. However, changing or replacing them, we want a window survey as noted. The front door surround is a colonial revival element. Appropriate for a circa 1930s, possibly 1920 structure. Keeping it is more appropriate than changing it to the four-light with the transom. That introduces it, although it's very Nantucket, that's more of a earlier time frame in Nantucket's architectural history. So from that regard, due to the age of the structure, I think that's not appropriate. With the 1970s garage addition, changing the garage door is appropriate. Thank you for that. I would also recommend, though, something with less lights, but overall appreciate the sensitivity to this contributing structure. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, are you out there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right.
So basically agree with what Holly is saying, especially about the front door surround. The pediment is probably original. I think it's more appropriate than what's proposed for this house. The other concern is the brick foundation, assuming that's I guess it is a veneer, tile veneer. The concern is that if it's applied to the concrete block, it's going to be like almost in the same surface as the shingle plane. And, of course, it should be recessed. The foundation should be recessed behind the shingles. So that's going to create kind of a conflict in the surfaces. And the other question is the front window in the basement, cut into the basement wall. It's shown with window trim and shutters. Normally, a foundation window would be recessed back behind the brick into the foundation wall, where, of course, you couldn't put shutters on it, and you really wouldn't have much more than a brick mold casing around the windows. So that was it. Thank you.
Vicky, thank you. Abby, remind me, you're on this?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Ray, could I speak to just that concern about the brick?
well, I noticed that you sort of like.
I would like
wondered-
never.
Yeah,
give
I
that
want to
detail.
hear what you have to
So-
say about
So
that.
the thought was the house, it's a new sidewall and new casings, if you guys approve that, and it's not insulated hardly at all. So the thought was that in the insulation process, we could make it so that the shingles actually do go over the brick, just so that it absolutely looks like, you know, the one that was done down in town.
So.
And it's
the
not
oth-
a fake brick, it's just. half
Yeah,
brick.
that's the other thing I want to be clear on is like, when we
It's not
say
like-
brick veneer, at least when I use that term, you know, there's brick veneer that's like a little brick tile. That's not it.
No.
These are like literally bricks that they cut and you put them on and you can mortar them so that they're like essentially a brick with mortar. They're just not a full thickness.
Near the Nantucket way.
Veneered the Nantucket way, because then you get the corners, you know, all the corners work out and all that sort of thing. So just as long as we're talking the same language when we say veneer. Because you know, like veneer stone can be a 6-inch veneer or it can be a 1-inch veneer, and the difference is substantial. Thank you for the clarification, Sophie. Who wants to start? Abby's gonna go.
So I really appreciate, I think you've done a very sensitive job to this poor old building. It's on my dog route and I play this game with myself whenever I see a structure that really needs help. I play a game like, how would I redesign this? And I think you've done such a great job. And I know you're not just playing a game, so I have a couple of things to say.
Go
Well, yeah, so about the front door surround, until Holly and Mickey said that they didn't like it, I really liked what you've done to it. And I think it actually gives it a certain period style. I don't know exactly what it is. Maybe it's like an 1840s house or one of those sort of story and a half, but your design seemed to hit a sort of authentic.
If I may, what it kind of reminds me of is the old Basket Museum structure.
Oh, exactly. Yes.
Because of the high raised basement and the mantle shelf over the end tablature. I mean, it really, and that's a 4-bay as well. So I think that maybe be what you were thinking of.
Right, I think that's what the period I was thinking of. So, and as far as the foundation, I was wondering if I thought maybe you could parge it and it could be painted. I'm not opposed to the brick, but I don't want it to look like, Santa Claus chimney brick. I want it to look old. And that's another thing you could do, the veneer, but paint it like a gray. And then it might just sort of calm down. But I don't have a lot to say. I like the changes you've made, drawing the front porch back and putting up the boards. The shutters, I think the shutter on the basement might be a little cutesy. Maybe that's something you could wait on and see if you need that. But I'm enjoying the sunroom. I think the garage doors could be toned down a bit, but other than that, I've got nothing else to add. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I think Sophie always does an amazing job and she has done it again.
Thank you.
I love the roof pitch, by the way, people.
The 6 and 12 or whatever.
No, it's 4.
4 and
a
12.
half.
It's beautiful.
Yes, I also, as Abby, like the proposed front door, even the door that's there is, I don't know, it reminds me of something and I can't put my finger on it, but the point is, it's so funny, that's so pointy, and then the roof is like this. But anyway, thank you, it's very nicely done.
Okay, Val, thanks. Who's next? Is it Connie?
Yes. I think
Connie.
I agree. this, I really appreciate this building and what you've done with it. And I too like the proposed front door. And I understand the comments about the door, being there, but I like the transoms. I think it just adds to it. And maybe remove the shutters from that little window in the front, but it's really nicely done. Thank you.
Connie, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I think it's a very good job. I unfortunately like the front door that they have proposed rather than the one that's there. The one that's there just doesn't look as important as the front door should be. I think the shutters on that window in the basement should be removed. Perhaps the window should be a 6/1, which is what you have in the back, in the basement, rather than just the 3/3. Because you have space to fill in the whole foundation there, which would make it like basement windows around. So that's all. I appreciate what you've done. It looks good.
Okay,
That's
Diane. Thank you. So, yeah, I think it's a really nice job. So my things, I do like the new frontispiece on the door. Not to say I dislike the other one, but I think that this is kind of lightship museum looking, which is really charming. It also reminds me of the houses in my backyard on Darling Street, those two twin houses, the foundation. And I'm glad that you clarified about the veneer brick, because yeah, if you padded out the exterior to get your insulation and so forth, then it would solve, I think, the issue, which is you don't want the shingle and the brick to be in the same plane. The brick has to be set back. But given that it's the Nantucket veneer brick, as opposed to the regular America veneer brick, and that you're planning on doing that, I would be in favor of changing to the brick foundation. So, and the shutters would have to go on the little window on the front in the basement. Everybody said that same thing. So I think we can approve this, folks. Somebody want to try it out?
Are we changing anything?
Yeah, a few things. Well, actually, just a few things. Well, we're getting rid of the shutters on the basement window.
Okay.
Maybe that's the only like official thing.
Well, Mickey said that I've drawn it cased improperly, which is true, to case that through the brick. Mickey
With
was
a brick
saying how
mold.
the window in the brick
Yeah.
would be different.
Yeah, brick molding around the window in the basement. I'll make that motion to approve minus the shutters on the basement window, and that the window in the basement have a brick molding trim.
Okay. That is Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane, Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Sure.
I'm in favor. She muted?
Yes.
Oh, Diane? Okay, we'll just say that one moved. At least 4 in favor. Okay, thanks. Thanks so much, Sophie. Good job. Now we're gonna move, so 20 Nancy Ann Lane has been stricken for whatever reason. We're gonna move along to old business out in Tuckernuck.
Mr. Chair, I did want to mention, we do have Laura back, and I don't know.
That's Stevens.
Third
Yeah.
time, the
Stevens. There
charm.
you go.
Laura, are you solid? Can we hear you?
Oh, we can't hear.
I'm gonna go with, we're catching you unaware. We're gonna give this another start. Laura, can you hear us? We can't hear you yet.
Oh, that was Diane. Almost.
Enter into the webinar.
Oh,
Number one, Luckety Trust. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. We're jumping back.
Excuse me, Dan Everett.
maybe.
All right.
excuse me.
She's,
Holly's letting her into the room. I didn't realize there was
Oh.
she was gated out. She was
That
behind
goes
that 6-foot
down
fence out in
on it.
Pulpus.
What address?
all right.
We're
Down
talk-
Everett.
Laura, how have you been? Is she there?
She's in the.
Laura, you're muted. We're not gonna give up until we have to.
Oh, man.
Can you hear me?
We can hear, well, you started out strong. We got the can you, and then you dropped off. Let's try again.
I'm great now. Can you hear me?
That sounds better.
Okay, this is exciting.
Yes, we're all excited. Let's go for it.
I can hear you.
Yep, we can hear you.
I
And if you could walk us through. Can we go to the picture of the structure to be moved to the lot? I thought we approved this subject to the
you
structure
did,
being moved, and then if it didn't, then you got to rebuild it.
right.
You only had 4 members. This was Halloween. And it died. The motion, it was a 2-2.
The cot, we need the picture of the
Oh.
cottage.
So then you wanted the information on the.
Yes, I think I asked for that because I think it was gonna be voted down, so we asked for information about the cottage.
Okay, so now that the picture's up, why don't we see one that's got a little more meat on it?
And I have the approval, Mr. Chair, if this would be, helpful. It should be in.
Yeah. Can we go back up? Back up. This is the structure that's to be moved off or demoed, right?
Yes.
We had asked for images of the structure to be moved on. That's what we want to look at.
Be in there. As well as attached.
Right, this is the 1959 garage, which have tried to move.
Here we go.
There you go.
There you go. All right.
Yes.
Okay,
This-
Laura, can you tell us what these structures that we're looking at are?
Correct. This is the 1930 cottage. And this is the 1930 cottage.
Laura, something's going on that you're like, there's a repeat.
Okay,
I
are you
keep
okay?
hearing the. So 1930s cottage.
Yes, that has been approved to be moved from 5 North Beach Street.
To 10 Everett. Just nod yes, Laura, if that's correct. Okay, so can someone now remind me, because I will admit, readily admit that I'm confused.
To Sconset, to 10 Everett Lane.
And there's a little bit of a delay. Okay, Laura, hold on 1 second. Holly's gonna give us an update on where this is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, you all have moved or approved the move of 5 Beach Street, which is a 1930s cottage, to her property in Sconset in the same location of the existing 1930s garage or 1940s garage, 49. And you all had a meeting on Halloween. There's a lot of people that weren't here, including myself. There were 4 members that reviewed it And it was, I guess, a 2-2. And so then the final request was to hold it until you all had a copy of the approval, which you all did approve the move on. What I want to mention is Laura was very, very good about when she came to you all to get that move on, saving a contributing structure. Having to remove a contributing structure, she already had somebody lined up to take it. So she also came in for a move off of that garage, which is before you today for a demo. Unfortunately, that fell through, and she has been trying to get somebody to take it, and with no luck. So right now she does have an approval for a move off only of the garage, but she needs the demo because she's waiting to get this house that she's saving from town onto her property in the same location where the existing garage is. I hope that helps.
It does. By any chance, did the move off fall through due to lack of minutes because we didn't have a minutes taker? Oh, I'll strike that. I was just,
No, it was you being facetious.
yes.
So again, I'll take it from Holly, but because I think what happened was it was about to be voted down. And then I asked, could we see what the exactly what building from 5 Beach is going on there? Because when you look at the pictures, you don't know exactly what part of 5 Beach is going on. So we asked to hold it for that information. The whole thing. So could we see a picture of that whole cottage that's going to be put on 10 Everett?
It's in the middle.
Right, but it goes very far back. I just want to.
Can we go to the next image?
Yes.
There you go. There's like a series of them.
And do we have a site plan of what how this would be on 10 Everett? Because it's hard to imagine. that.
Adrian, go ahead and click that one. There's the back. Similar cottage on Pochik. Click on that one, please.
That's
The rear facing view. Next one up. Side facing view. Next one up. That's the front. And can you click on that site plan? And that's where it's going to go, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Which shows both the garage that exists as well as where the proposed house is going.
And Abby, you're asking for a plan view of the cottage?
So this, let me just make this clear. These are the new buildings that are.
That's the new
proposed?
cottage, yeah.
And so it.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to see how that sat.
So Diane, just so you can, I don't know if you could pick up without the mic, what Abby was asking is if the faint line that's showing, footprint showing around the small garage that's being proposed to be demoed is the footprint of the cottage that's already been approved to move there, and the answer is yes. Okay, I think we're all on the same page. Holly, has any of your positions changed on this as opposed to repeating them?
Just that, my only thing is I think it's important to emphasize specifically from, I think, Mr. Pohl here, mentioned the last meeting, watching it, that he was happy that a older contributing structure was being proposed to be kept and retained and moved. Even though the existing garage is contributing as well, it's much younger and not in as greatest shape, as well as we're changing a garage from a dwelling. And I think that's important. And I also want to mention the utmost important aspect of Nantucket moving historic or moving contributing structures to begin with is the fact that even though it's being moved out of town, it's still going to be contributing once it relocates because we have no donut holes in our jurisdiction. Thank
So
you.
you
Mr. Chair.
support this?
I sadly and happily, yes, I do.
Okay.
Mixed feelings. Thank you.
Just want to make sure I'm clear. Okay, so Laura, you're again, your board is myself, Abby Camp, and Diane. Diane, would you like to go? Diane, you're muted. Still muted. And
There we go.
Thank
I
you.
think it will be good to move over there. I think it's quite keeping with a lot of the buildings in that 3-street little development. Sorry to see it go from where it was, but I think it would be an addition to the Everett Lane. Okay.
Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about it, but I think in the end, I'm okay. I mean, I think the garage is probably older than that. I imagine it's probably more from the 40s, but it's crumbling, it's old. I think this will be a sort of an improvement to the property. Just as long as it, that it matches the trim of the main house and it fits in on that lot, in all those ways it should. I'm fine with it.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, it's a net benefit.
I thought this was.
Excuse me, one of these is older, but one of them has more character. Do we have a motion? No.
Oh. So, motion to approve.
Okay, and this is subject to 5 North Beach moving on to the property?
Yes, that is.
And if not, the garage being demoed will be replicated?
So are we talking about the demo or the move off?
The demo.
The
This
demo, okay,
application is
so-
for demo.
Okay, so I approve the demo. Sadly,
Subject to replacing it with 5 North Beach Street, and if it isn't,
Yes.
if it isn't moved there, then the garage is replicated.
yeah, and then
Okay. Thank you. On your motion?
aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I happen to be an aye. And Laura, I'm pleased to tell you that you can pick up your COA. Holly will let you know. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Actually, it's back to you.
Oh,
Because we're into old business now.
Thank you very much.
And so you're the first Tucker Knock.
oh, that's right. So I'm playing tennis with myself.
Yes.
Okay. Val,
Ad lib.
did you include a narrative? Because otherwise your application should have been struck as incomplete.
Today.
Proceed when you see your site plan, please.
This is a rehab of an old structure out there. I've been corrected. It's not Chapel House, it's Chapel. And actually, all the things that were of concern have been agreed to. We're not changing the windows, we're repairing the windows. Joe had mentioned he thought maybe thicker columns on the porch were appropriate, but there were a few houses out there near them that they like. I'm showing a picture of one next door and they'd like to replicate those posts. It's a very similar style house. And we are asking to remove some existing chimneys, but replace a chimney in a different location, which there was some concern with the height and the size, and I'm matching it to what was there. And I think those were the main concerns. We were gonna replace all the windows with Anderson, and now we're keeping everything and just rehabbing them.
Okay.
So
Thank you. Just so, for the record, your board is myself, Diane, Abby, Connie, and Joe. And Carrie was the alternate. Do we have Tucker Nuck Advisory?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Staff comments and a couple members from the former Tuckernut Advisory Group. So this is circa 1893 chapel, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, and I didn't
House.
put the history whole pack in there again.
That's fine. But there is, so just so the commission is aware, there is a Form B HDC survey on Macris on file. That was actually done in 2001, so pretty cool. Extensive history, pretty neat. The gentleman who built this structure, I don't want to.
Erasmus?
Yeah, Eratus. He was crew of the Muskeget Life Saving Station, so prominent history on Tuckernut, Muskeget. I did mention to the commission last time that I reached out to the advisory group, former members of the advisory group over in Tuckernut, because in my opinion, they are the subject matter experts of Tuckernut. I did not receive comments back in time for the last meeting, but I have since received them. First, I received from Mr. Michael Taylor. He said he was very pleased that this historic house will be restored and in keeping with the Tuckernut vernacular. The new porch design makes sense and is keeping with the adjacent twin sister house with the cupola of similar period and design. So I don't know if you're aware of that, Val, but that is its twin sister. I believe it's part of the Dunham family.
Yeah.
He also said that he had no real comment on movement of the chimney, would like more information about the replacement of windows. So of course, your comments on retaining them and repairing as appropriate is more, that addresses that comment, and I'm very happy about that as well. Could existing front door be preserved and retained was a question. Suggest trim color be kept white, consistent with its twin sister. I believe that's what you're proposing is white. Okay. And then there was a question about what will happen to the storage garage, and that they also hope he hopes that they keep the 3-seater outhouse, which is reminiscent of a previous period, although a non-usable, of course, but I will mention it is referenced in their Form B. Pretty neat.
It's funny.
And I also reached out to, or I also received comments back from Susan Robinson. She had annotations. I believe you may have seen those, Val. I did send them out to the commission. And she mentioned that the south elevation is where the original front door was located, on that little bump out. The east door was the kitchen door. And my comments are that appreciate the windows and doors are being repaired and replaced if necessary, but the fact that they're remaining all TDL. Thank you very much. I am sad about the chimney, of course. That is a character defining feature that's been on the structure for a long time. But nonetheless, you know, if the proposed location and height is building code compliant, then I will be remiss in that. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Does anyone have any, I meant to ask before we started if anyone had any questions. Who would like to begin with comments?
I only have a few
Okay, Abby?
queries. So I'm kind of concerned about moving this chimney, because right now where it's proposed, it doesn't seem to make like where you would put it on a sort of 19th century house. So I'm kind of missing where it is existing right now. But in terms of the porch, I think that it does sort of look like its sister building with the, you know, with all the like the cupola and the add-ons, the sort of additive massing is so similar. I think my real concern is moving that one chimney, because I think that's kind of one of its defining characters. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, concerns you would like revisions on any?
No, I think they moved the chimney around the brick chimney that I'm looking at on the west elevation, I guess they've moved to there. And I know they moved the other one over. And I'm glad they kept some chimneys. And I appreciate that because it goes with the house and goes with the sister house and all that. So I think it's a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Let's see, Connie.
Yeah, I appreciate all the changes. I really like it. I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you, Connie. Joe?
I think my only comments related to the porch, looking at the sister house here. The thing that stands out to me that I think's nice about that porch is that it's light, the fascia, we'll call it, of that porch that doesn't have the stack beam and fascia. And I think that if you were to eliminate that beam and push it up into the rafters, then you're going to replicate the levity, if that's the right word, of this porch roof on a precedent house. And then as a follow-up to that comment, did you have this as a hip roof before when you submitted it?
No.
No. What's that? Well, I was thinking about that, and the hip on the precedent house, because it's on the gable end, it kind of emphasizes the center line of it, but as a side porch, I think it could be as the shed, but it's the cheek wall of the shed porch feels particularly top heavy with these thinner columns. And I actually think if you went to a hip, it would lighten that up. But I also think if you eliminate that beam, you're going to end up with just a shingle line there.
Yeah.
So I guess all that said, I think if you can eliminate that beam and lighten up the porch detail a little bit, I'd be fine with it, everything that you've submitted.
Thanks, Joe. Oh, I guess that leaves me. I agree. My concern was the fascia on the wrapping around the shed porch and on the cheek, removing that. So it's just a shingle wall, regardless of lightening up the longer length of it. I also just want to note for Elena, for the record, contrary to what might happen in some areas, we here in the Nantucket HDC have a carve out for members who can represent applications. And in so doing, local practice has been not to list them as recused, as under state law, that would create some confusion. So I know that Val's listed as recused here, but obviously she is the applicant's agent, and being listed and acting as the agent would remove her from the recused list. The technical aspect of recusing is you don't speak on it, and obviously you're speaking. So I just want to point that out for Elena.
Question about the eaves, the deep eaves.
Yep. Can I? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Abby.
Just before we make a motion, I just want to make, are we retaining those deep eaves that
Yes,
yeah,
none of
okay.
that's changed.
None of that changed. Okay, thank you.
Nothing's changed. Okay. And how about a motion, Abby?
Okay, so I am going to, I'm sort of opposed to moving this chimney, but I'm going to make this motion anyway. Motion to approve. You were going to take that double fascia off the roof on the north elevation, so just make it a single.
Yeah.
One single end to that roof line. That is my motion.
And this is as an exhibit A that Joe will mark
Yes.
up,
Yes. Joe,
including the shingle on the cheek walls.
Okay.
Okay. So Abby, on your motion,
aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That carries unanimously. Next up, we have 12 Darling. I see Ethan here in the audience. Come on down. Ethan, your board is myself, Diane, Val, and Joe. And once you see your site plan, or I think elevations would be good, actually, on this
Actually,
one.
if you don't mind, if we could start with the site plan first.
Site
just to give
plan?
a little,
Okay.
context. Ethan Griffin on behalf of the applicant. So this is, was held for minor revisions at the last meeting. This is the third time we've kind of presented this change from 4 windows to 3 or 5 windows. This is the view from the street. Just to give you a little context, this is the rear of 12 Darling. So walking the wrong way up Pine Street, that is the view. Commissioner Pohl is probably fairly familiar with this view. As I probably walk up the street at least once a week for the last 12 years. So visibility is limited. 10 Darling, which is right on the corner, is clearly more visible. Just to give you a little bit of context in terms of what we're looking at. So again, this is looking the wrong way up Pine Street at the rear of the house. We're proposing this revision to a rear of a historic house that's been lovingly preserved and taken care of over the years. And when we're saying historic house, we're talking about the 4 front rooms on the first floor. This rear L was completely reconstructed in 1997, has subsequently gone a major renovation in the early 2000s, and is subsequently proposed another major renovation on the first floor. The rear L contains the kitchen on the first floor. There have been 2 not great kitchen renovations, and we're trying to make a nicer one that hopefully lasts a little longer than a couple of years. If we want to jump over to the elevations, the previous applications focused on a picture window flanked by 2 double hungs. There was a sense of the board that somehow was too commercial. So we came back with various iterations of 3 or 5 windows. At the last hearing, the board suggested that we look at an option that had 5 windows that we pulled further apart and kind of gave this indication again that this once was a sun porch that was sort of filled in. And increase the mullions between the windows and change them all to double hungs, which is what this option shows. We also explored another option, again, a 3-window option, which we want to present the board to see if they like that or felt that that was a more appropriate sort of a nod or homage to this idea, again, that this was a sun porch that was filled in. Might help to zoom in. They're 8.5 by 11 on the bottom there. So this is sort of option A, which is the 5 windows with pulled apart, double hung, with some details that again allude to the fact that this might have been a sun porch at one point. Again, this is all new construction or modern construction. And then option B is that same iteration, but with 5 windows, slightly thicker sort of casings between. That is it. Thank you.
So Ethan, just a clarification, it's just those 2 options?
Yeah, for this round, based on the comments from the last meeting, a lot of the board said they wanted to see the 5-window option, but double hungs. We previously had large casements or awnings there. So this is the primary option. But again, we did want to explore, we thought B would be another viable alternative if we're saying that maybe these casings were pilasters or columns and something. Sorry.
Thank you. God bless you. Any questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1842 Greek Revival half cape. We have a draft HDC. Actually, I think it's been approved. Yes, it has been approved by MHC. HDC survey. Before that, the old HDC survey said this is an individually significant structure. It was built by John Kelly Sears. And yes, this addition or this proposed fenestration change on the rear is on a contemporary addition. And I did bring it to the Commission's attention that it is visible from Pine Street as Ethan had indicated. As far as the revisions go, I think that last time there was a discussion about the having the difference between a double hung versus the porch or picture window configuration. I think having the wraparound, if you will, on the west elevation showing this proposed infill of a porch works. And so those are my comments. I am in support of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Anything from advisory?
Yep.
Actually, I should say from Mickey's group. Sorry. Go ahead, Mickey.
So yeah, I think we agree pretty much with what Holly just said. I think that the glassed-in porch concept is sort of successful. But I would, why not go all the way instead of having the shingled corners, why not just have it fully glassed in? That would really look more like a glassed in porch. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Ethan, just to clarify your board, myself, Diane, Val, and Joe, I think I mentioned that, but if not, who'd like to begin? I'd ask, we've got 42 left in the queue. It's after 8, so please be succinct and stick to specific concerns.
I'll go.
Diane?
Yeah, I think I would like to go with what Mickey said. I'm making that the 5 to make it go all the way and do it. It doesn't look like made into a sleeping porch with the 5 and the brick or the shingles on both sides. I'd make the whole thing glass windows.
Okay, thank you,
That's
Diane.
it.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. Hopefully your clients don't have any artwork they want to hang in that room. No, I think that Mickey's idea of doing that all glass really does say that it's a porch, and that I don't think we can forget about the side elevation. So I think you'd end up with 2 windows over there. I do think that if you could do 2 on the sides, and I think the 5 as drawn might work with a little shingle area, but I'm in agreement with Mickey. Really make that feel like a porch.
Okay, thank you. Val?
I'll agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to the lower images? The smaller format? And zoom in on the, yeah, can you straddle just so we can see both windows? I don't need to see the second floor. Zoom out a little bit and then split the page. Yeah, good. Yeah, I've always been a proponent, if we're going to do these infill type things, that it looks more like a porch, and that would mean that there are more windows. However, I would like to be a little more particular. I think it would be appropriate that they be the wider windows and they be spaced to look as if there are columns at, roughly 8 or 10-foot intervals, as opposed to a column in between each window. And I don't think you're going to accomplish that with the 6/6 and the upper. So I think the wider windows, and then mess around with your mullions so that some of them look like posts and some of them look like they're just spacers, non-structural. It would be my concerns. So I hate to do it, but I think we're going to ask for minor.
What if we can do it through staff? This is the third. We started this in early July.
Yeah.
The renovation is well
We have a
underway.
slight discussion about what you just said, because
Yeah.
I'm not sure I agree. Because I preferred the.
Well, you don't have to agree.
No, I know I don't have to, but I'm just, so could you just play with me for a little bit? Because I'm thinking the wider ones, I'm thinking about the 2 above. I feel that the 5 that are shown relate more to the 2 above than the wider ones down here. So I would simply add 2 more to the 5 and make it just say it, I'm a sun porch.
Sure, you could do that. You could even make that motion.
Okay,
My point was not that they look like the other windows, because typically, historically, these porch windows do not look like the other windows. They're wider. Oftentimes they're a 2 light, they're a sliding, or they're
Yes,
so,
over-
yeah.
Yeah, but I think in this case, I think I'll try a motion to make, instead of 5, making that south elevation 7 windows with well balanced things in between. What are those things called? Those
Could be pilasters.
Mullions.
Maybe
mullions in between, so that it's nicely spaced. That's my motion.
And the side too.
And the sides, coming around the sides.
Yeah,
wrap.
it shows a single. That should probably be a double.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's double.
So that'll be, your motion is to do that in an exhibit A?
It is.
Okay, great. So on your motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm a no.
And I'm an I.
Diane, actually, you know what? I called on you, but, oh yeah, you are sitting on this.
Yes, I am.
Well, interestingly enough, Abby isn't.
Oh, for God's
Me and
sake.
my
So
big
she
mouth.
beat the motion.
So I was sitting here recounting 4, so
I was the one who said there should be more windows.
I'll make that motion that Abby made and I'll draw the exhibit A.
okay,
Yeah.
Joe. So on Joe's motion for an exhibit A, which is to extend the number of windows around both sides, Joe,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm a no. I'm glad I caught that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You pass that down.
Otherwise, we'd probably be shot at dawn.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Chair.
Actually, no, not just yet.
Off.
So Diane, you are chairing the next one at 50 Squam Road.
Okay.
So
No, that's
says,
held.
It sure is.
Oh, was it held?
oh, is that what that? Okay, got it. All right, never mind. All right. Now
Well,
let's take,
That is, we got to do it sometime or other. That fence, my lord.
yeah.
Do we have any members of any abutters present for that? Or abutters representatives? Didn't we get a letter on that from Sarah Elder?
And the people next door
Yeah,
who don't want it on their land.
yep, no.
All
Okay,
right,
so
well, anyway, so
no
enough,
abutters
enough,
present.
enough deliberation there. Okay, 8 North Mill.
Yeah.
You think you're gonna get past that?
I think that we're probably gonna wrap it after 8 North Mill. I'd be very surprised. And so that means Linda and Robert, if you just, I know you just like hanging out with us. What? Yeah, okay. All right, so now we're on to the 8 North Mill Street application. Gonna start with the main house, myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, well, Carrie's gone, but we have an alternate in Connie.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I do have a hand raised.
oh, we have a hand raised, okay.
Julie Wellner, I'm not too sure what. Julie Wellner.
Did you say she's unmuted?
I think I'm unmuted now, right?
You're
Mine-
unmuted, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I just heard a comment that you might wrap up after this one. So what happens to those of us who haven't been heard yet?
You go to next week. Basically pick up next week where we left off tonight. At the beginning of the meeting.
Okay,
Which application are you?
8 Walsh Street.
8 so, yeah, listen, I'd love to say that we're gonna get to you, but I just can't promise that. 15 minutes is probably what this next couple of applications is going to deserve.
Okay.
So, Ms. Wellner, in all likelihood, you're gonna be the first person to be heard next Tuesday, okay?
Okay,
So you won't have long to wait next Tuesday.
Or at least within the first hour.
He's kidding. At least I hope he's kidding. Okay.
yeah, well, I've enjoyed
thanks.
the last hours, so,
Yeah, thanks for hanging in there.
all right.
Night, night. Okay, Joe Topham,
Mr. Pohl,
Mr. Topham.
fellow commissioners.
That's my dad. My dad's Mr. Topham. I mean, Mr. Paul.
Hi, Jackie.
It's Stephen Welch thing.
He's getting there, he's getting a little bit older, a little confused.
Go ahead,
I'm
Tom.
glad you came to visit me, son. Oh,
Go ahead,
sorry,
Tommy.
Joe.
Why don't we let the public go first?
No, that's not the protocol.
You sure? All right.
No, you present,
Okay.
okay? And then we're gonna hear from Holly. And then we're gonna hear from Mickey. And then we're gonna
Oh.
hear from members of the public, pro and con, okay? All right.
in 15
I mean,
minutes.
that's not to say you could spend 2 minutes if you want,
No, but,
30 seconds. Oh, fancy.
well, we shared them online, so I just want to make sure.
Connie, you're.
Connie,
You guys have.
Yeah. here,
Yeah, I looked at them online.
you did, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, well,
right
okay,
before I came.
Joe, hit it.
Okay, so this is 8 North Mill. As you know, this has been ongoing since April, sorry. So right now what we've done is we removed 22 feet, 6 of the rear rail. We have broken apart the garage and turned that into a separate studio. And of course, that is application number 2, but probably be next week. And then the major revisions are on the north elevation Angola. So we lower the ridge another foot of that additive massing, so that would be a total of 2 foot 6 inches. And then the lower connector, that also came down as well. We removed the second floor gable that is facing east, and kind of simplified that elevation. We deleted some elevation, some fenestration, removed 5 feet of the overall length, reduced the width of the gable mass by 1 foot 6. Again, like I said, revised all the windows. And then we removed the underground garage. We knew that was kind of contentious, so we removed that. And of course, we've removed the ramp and that access and all the retaining walls that went along with that. And then of course, as we swing around to the east side, this elevation has got simplified. We removed that gable facing 12 Angola. Again, we lowered all the ridges, removed, the rear rail by 22 foot 6 inches. And we moved the rear wing forward 5 foot 6 inches because of the, now we didn't need that underground access and the ramp as well. And then the rear, we just made some minor changes. One, removed the covered porch that was there, that had part of the dining room as well. And then Holly asked for a kick plate. We did add that. There was an outdoor shower removed. That was kind of minor revision. And so that is it in pretty much of a nutshell. I've provided 3D elevations for you all to see. And one is from across the pony fields. One would be coming down New Dollar Lane. And what I did is before and after. Then of course I have one going up North Mill Street. And the reason that the house is facing North Mill is because this development made this North Mill Street the predominant elevation. It is going to have, or has right now, 4 main houses, 4 secondary dwellings, of course, the garages, etc. And in the HCC book, it says that siting of the building after the town grew of the village pattern, or in this case, the development, the houses were placed along the street in adherence to the old English town traditions. Most buildings of the town having the facades fronting the main street, and the other side, of course, is simplified. The last thing I think you want to see is the 3D bird's eye view. That is looking from Prospect, and that will show how that street is the predominant elevation. Thank you for getting the 3Ds. But I think that really helps show on that bird's eye view of how the drainage problem is really being created because of the asphalt curbing that is along Prospect Street has broken away. As I said before, you can see it there on image 9. That request has been put into the DPW. So we're hoping as they pave in front of the high school that will get repaired this fall. And that will help stop a lot of the water. And just above the word Prospect is a catch basin, town catch basin. So all that water coming down Prospect Street will run into the catch basin that's supposed to as properly. The other thing I mentioned last time speaking about 12 Angola is that the this development will eventually get 12 inches of gravel, crushed stone, and then 4 inches of gravel on top of that. So it'll really change the scope of this and really turn it into the main throughway. It was funny today, I went on the GIS maps and went on the site, and the original site undeveloped is still on that. So it was kind of funny because I was having a conversation with Jesse Bell about this location. But you just see how it's now with this new development, this has become the main road, and Angola becomes secondary. So that's why we have always fought for this gable to be facing that street. And then what I can do is just quickly go through. There's been some concerns about the length, and Mr. Sarkeesian's house is 41 feet by 61 feet, but the main mass, the front mass, the 4 bay is 29 feet. But then Mr. Wee's is, 54 feet by 72 feet. Hers is 30 foot, 6 inches tall. The Cardamons is at 8 mil. They're a 4 bay as well. They're 42 feet by 66 feet. They're 31 feet tall. That does not include the 3 to 4 foot grade height. And then there's the Bailey's at 11 Mill Street. They're a 4 bay. They're 34 by 79. And it goes on and on and on. So the Davis is 4 bay. They're 51 by 64. The Bauman's are 30 by 54. So basically what I've been doing is keeping it within the parameters of a 4 bay house. And I know that we removed, a large mass of the rear of 21 feet, 6 inches. So it really helps. So we've lost about 600 square feet of ground cover. That does include second floor programs. So that's where we're at. Thank you.
Joe, thank you. Very thorough. Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 8 North Mill Street is a corner lot infill within the old historic district, a historic Quaker neighborhood. Greatly appreciate the revisions in general, specifically for making the garage a separate structure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That is, obviously, very important. And like its neighbor at 12 Angola, you did the same thing. I know one minor thing is that the site plan still reflects the connector between the two. So that was something that would have to be changed.
It is a deck, a connector of a deck. So you would come out of the garage and walk into the house, but that could be, that's
okay.
Got it.
Let's not worry.
On that note, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to mention when we get to the garage should be pushed back more. But appreciate the 3D photos showing the proposed within the historic neighborhood. I do think that's very, very helpful. It's very telling. And it does show, yes, some changes to this historic neighborhood with the creation of these lots within the Mueller properties, and is not atypical to have it facing this way. So I definitely see that. And while I see how the proposed 4 bay is appropriate facing North Mill Street, the images really show how inappropriate the multiple ganged windows are on the north elevation, which faces Angola, especially in the main block. I think if the main block could be more traditional, having the fenestration be the typical, whether it's 2 windows over 2 windows, unganged, of course, or 4, whatever it is, but not ganged together. That's the atypical function. This viewpoint right here, I think, is very important, especially that view coming across the Pony Farm and the Star of the Sea. They should be single double hungs. The aerial photos showing how the 2 proposed dwellings will look are telling, especially looking at what's already been constructed, these other infills. It shows you the massing. You can go to the next one, Adrian. Yeah, there you go. It just shows you, especially about with I think 2 Birdsong above. While the massings are similar with the other infills in the neighborhood that have been constructed, the proposed additive massings for both are a little atypical as far as when it comes to building with Nantucket in mind. The additive massings should fall off the main block, a little more traditional. I would refer to the proposed as referenced in building with Nantucket in mind. I can't read my own handwriting. I'm sorry, it's late. Penetrated.
That's Dr. Holly.
I should have. Apparently my architecture drafting has gone away. But it's referenced on pages 106 and 107 in Building with Nantucket in Mind, if anybody ever follows me when I mention that. Additive massing is a historic method to attach those simple volumes and shapes. And Building with Nantucket in Mind prefers new building massing to follow that additive massing of simple shapes as it is traditional. Having a 2-story gable, this is on the south, although it has been reduced in size, which I appreciate, obviously, is atypical of off the rear, as it should be a 1-story. Like basically what I'm saying is switch the gable with the connector, not from you're going from the main block down and then up again, which is atypical in the development. And then specifically page 108 shows the desired coordination of those visual axes on the facade. So happy that it's a 4 bay. But if you look with the 4 bay, the access would have the front door not in the 4th bay, but in the 3rd bay. I'm getting a little picky, but I think it's important because of this neighborhood is very important. Other than that, I greatly appreciate the revisions. Thank you very much.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, your turn.
Okay, I'm going to start by reading just a few sections from Building with Nantucket in Mind, and this is how they relate to building height in relation to the neighborhood. The first one is mentioned in the goals of Building with Nantucket in Mind, and it says, to make certain all new buildings are compatible with the buildings adjacent to them and contribute to the overall harmony of the street. Later on, it says any new construction in the town should be of a scale compatible with that of adjacent buildings. And then later, when these buildings share some sense of order, together they become a place, a synthesis of built objects and shaped space. The insertion of new construction into an established context or the alteration of an existing building can either strengthen or detract from the physical harmony and essence of that grouping. So that's to say that this 2-story building will dominate and detract from the existing context rather than strengthen it. The scale should more closely relate to the neighboring 1.5-story houses and the rural feel that the land bank property and the pony field provide. On the south elevation, the salt box roof unconventionally faces away from the street. This wing should be made symmetrical with dormers on both sides. On the north elevation facing Angola Street, traditional additive massing would have segments of the house stepping down from one to the next rather than a low connector to a taller mass. The windows in that connector are also out of scale with the rest of the house. The biggest concern with this design is the height of the main mass. This could easily be fixed without compromising the program by lowering the main mass and slightly raising the middle section. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Okay, now who would like to speak on this application? You would like to speak, I'm sure. Been waiting all night. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Pohl. I'm Ann Davis, 15 Mill Street. I hope all of you had a chance to review a letter from the Neighborhood Preservation Group. We thought rather than having many people speak tonight, it might be better to present a letter. And I know a lot of people are on Zoom, but I'll speak for the group tonight. What I might do is just read sections of the letter with each of the applications that apply. I have the letters to pass out. You guys have to read them.
Do you mean the letter with respect to the 3 applications that we're reviewing on this property tonight?
Yes.
Okay, so landscape, garage, main house. Because
Yes.
yeah, it would be nice to the degree possible, separate them out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Okay.
This was
Yeah, I remember getting it.
Hoping it was going.
I believe it's already in the record, but yeah.
Might not be online, but we don't do that. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. We mailed this to the applicant and.
Thanks. Yep.
Nice paperweight.
Yeah, I love it. Ooh. There's something about it.
Yeah. Substantial. Oh, so we're just gonna hear this paragraph. Right, tonight.
And
Oh.
what-
28.
Yeah.
I've listened closely to the April 4th and the May 30th meeting recordings. The walls and retainage were the biggest sticking points, and also the overall size of the structure and the massing, as well as the orientation. And I won't repeat myself tonight and show the pictures again of the houses around the Garden of the Sea. But I won't get into discussing the importance of following the spirit and style of the diminutive 1.5-story houses on the Garden of the Sea. And Mickey sort of said it perfectly when he was reading from Building a Nantucket Mind. This house is really right on the Garden of the Sea. That is the context that I see. As what is closest and what it should relate to. And I have complete confidence that the commission is considering these houses in the review, and that the final design will assimilate seamlessly into what is the streetscape around the Garden of the Sea. As far as the house goes, let's see. And I had a question. I don't know if tonight's the night to just ask it, but when I was here, I was sort of fiddling, or I had some time, and I was looking at the ground cover. And maybe it hasn't been updated, but I was looking at tonight's application, and the main house is listed as, let's see, 2588, and the garage, I think it says 515. And I just did some math, and it looks like it might be over. But
So-
maybe it wasn't updated. I don't know.
That may be, again, it's what?
It's on the 2,000, it's at 2,000 square feet and the garage is at 500 square feet.
So the house
So-
is what? Because it says,
Absolutely.
it
Okay.
says on the application that the house is 2588.
That's
So-
an old application.
Tonight's application, though, it says.
Oh,
that.
wait, can I clarify?
Yeah.
The garage got broken off.
Yeah, so that was the,
That was the 500 square feet.
and the 88 was.
They're
the
two separate things now.
And then I removed 22 feet, 6 inches plus
Okay.
18 feet or
But,
whatever.
but look, regardless, Stephen had said it with
Okay.
respect to a different application earlier in the evening where it's up to him to get that ground coverage correct. If it's not, he's not gonna get a permit.
Oh, okay. All
Okay.
right. Well, I just, I was doing the math, and maybe it's on the application I saw tonight. That's
we
what
need
it
to
said.
move.
So that needs
Yeah.
to be updated, I think. Okay, great. And let me just read the comments on main house. The majority of the commissioners have since the first review of 8 North Mills on April 4th, 2023, recommended that the house face Angola Street. We can see the case for orientation to North Mill. Should the commissioners accept the orientation, there might be ways to mitigate the more modern looking 62-foot long mass facing the Garden of the Sea and make it more consistent with the other houses that give on to this open space. Such as, telescoping, such as lowering the middle section and removing the shed dormer. And then I just want to read, I'll do, I want to just the note also wants to thank the commissioners for their ongoing and unflagging efforts to develop a program for 8 North Mill that achieves the delicate balance of accommodating the owner's desires while respecting the position of this lot in a unique, this unparalleled position of this lot in a unique historical and physical environment. The letter signed by Sam and Janet Bailey, Pam Clark, Jim and Pamela Chapman, Chuck and Ann Davis, Patrick and Ann DeWez, Warren and Ross Feldberg, Gregory and Annabelle Folks, Bob and Marjorie Cargman, Alan and Dorina McKelvey, Bob and Tina Miklos, Ann Mueller-Redmond, David Poor and Pat Bauman, Christine Sanford, Philip and Merrill Strange, Bill Wilmont and Joan Taylor, Elizabeth Mueller-Wales, Amanda and Bill Little, and Geraldine Brewer and Henry Mueller. So.
Great. Thank you, Ann. Sure. Anybody else on Zoom? But is there anyone else? You good?
They're all there,
Okay. So I think that it's time now for us to get to the board. I realize we're way over.
Can Robert just add couple comments?
He
just has had communication with the neighbors as well.
Say what?
He's had communications with the neighbors as well. That are on that list.
So you want to speak, Robert?
I mean, as
Yeah.
long as I get an opportunity at some point, should I do it now or?
Go ahead.
But I just appreciate, everyone in my neighborhood. Robert Sarkeesian, I'm the owner of the lot and hopefully to be a year-round resident, been here for 30 years. And excited to get this going. Been working hard with the neighborhood for the last, 7 months. I did meet with Bob Miklos, who you probably all know very well, and he made some great suggestions and we incorporated them into the plan, and he wrote this to me today. I very much appreciate the substantial changes you made to your house design in response to the Mill Street neighbors in the HDC. The composition and sitting of your revised design will be the best response to the Ponyfield and Mill Street of the North Mill development, Bob. Because I just wanted this board to know, I didn't take all their comments lightly, and we've made substantial changes, as you can see, and I hope you will allow me to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, Robert, thank you. Okay, board members, I believe I heard Abby said that she's had the comments all stacked up over there.
Yeah. So the way I see this project is I see it coming from the Ponyfield and from the Garden of the Sea, that corner is so prominent, the corner of North Mill Street and Angola. And I see that corner as being really a very prominent visible corner. And that's why I honestly see this should be oriented to face Angola and have the additive massing going up the hill. My reason is that as I come down either New Dollar Lane or I'm coming down Candlestick or one of those others, this is we're going to see this house. It's a very important house to get right. And as you go up North Mill now with the development, you see the sides of the buildings. You see the side of Birdsong going all the way up to Prospect. So why, and the house, your other house that you're working on also faces Angola. So I think the two side by side is going to look more historically relative to one another than to see the whole side of a house instead of the front of the house. I think it's a psychological thing. And I think, as far as the massing's concerned, I think it's sort of a large agenda for the site. I don't have an issue with the architecture per se. I think my main concern is the orientation. And I would love to say that switched, but let's see what the other board members say. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Let's see.
I'll go.
Okay, Diane, go ahead.
I think it's very important what we do down here. I think we've tried, or it has been mentioned for quite a few times, is to have the house go up the hill rather than along Angola, and to reduce it. You've taken all this off and whatever. I don't know what it is about the house, but it is sort of gives you a massive view there. And we haven't even done the garage and the rest of the stuff. So I would really like to see some effort being made to put the additives up North Mill Street rather than along Angola. Right there, we just had an elevation. It's gone now again, but that is its full length, and I would that there is to take the middle part and bring it in or something, maybe not have so many mulled windows, something. It needs to be simpler. If you look at the other houses along Angola Street, particularly, which is where this actually really is, the facades are simpler, and it's called a streetscape. I've been saying about it for years. Is they have to fit in. You can't put a single one in the midst of a bunch of houses. So this is why I believe that this has come up continually, is to make it fit into the houses along Angola. And that's what I would really like to see them do. Not change the height up and down on the same proposal. I would like to see it turned. Thank you.
Diane, thank you. Connie, you ready?
Sure. I don't really have a lot to add. I do appreciate the separation of the garage from the main house. And I guess my concern too is the orientation to Angola and North Mill, and also to lower that main mass. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to speak on the orientation. We don't have a set of rules on which street a house should face. And 9 and 11 Mill Street could have faced, what's the street in there? New Dollar, but they're Mill. So, I mean, I don't know who made that decision or how, but historically, I presume it was up to the homeowner. On the architecture itself, I appreciate the changes. What might seem like a trivial one, I'm just going to go elevation to elevation. I appreciate the disconnection between the garage. Garage is another matter. I'll broadcast up front. I think that needs to be pushed back. To the extent the deck that remains to connect them is above grade, I think it needs to be wood flush to grade, because it's an atypical condition to have a deck between two structures.
We'll get rid of it and
Generally,
turn it to bluestone.
yeah, even better. On the north elevation, for me, it's the connector primarily, and the dormer. The non-traditional windows there, the ganged, there might be some structural mullion, maybe a panel underneath it, something that would give it more of a traditional look. Also that roof plane, I think, that roof is hidden, right? That pitch. So if you've got interior programming, this roof could actually be, if it's a 10-12, it could be an 11-12, and you would actually be able to put a flatter roof off the backside. And then if you need space, if this ridge height is because you need interior space for a hall, I think there's ways around having it appear as tall as it is where you actually could keep or gain into your headroom.
You're talking about the connector between the two gables.
Yeah, at the roof
That-
roof area. You've got
That's an open
plenty of
space.
headroom in there?
Yeah, it's open
So
space.
for me, the idea that this is, that connector has the dormer, I think is, I just don't think it's typical for this type of an L off the back of the structure. And I think that if you could lower that ridge a little bit, it would be beneficial. And that's why I was saying that you could change those roof planes and no one would be the wiser. And you could lower it probably 4 or 6 inches without having an internal modification. That makes it easier for me to work with that triple, but I think you could do some modifications to the triple on the connector. The triple on the main house, I agree with Holly. I think those need to be a more traditional form, or they need to be modified to share some vocabulary with whatever you're going to do with the 3 windows in the connector. East elevation, the change to the connector is apparent and paring down the structure is apparent. South elevation, the diminished heights and widths and of the portion in the center and to the right are apparent, and the removal of the addition on the leftmost portion also apparent. And big changes on the proposed east. So those I'm good with. So for me, it's the changes I mentioned, which aren't dramatic. And I think that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. So, this is interesting. The orientation. When Anne read this statement about the main house revisions, the majority of commissioners have, since their first review, recommended the house face Angola. And it's followed by a sentence that says, we can see the case for orientation to North Mill Street. Well, things gelled for me. I think that when I heard that, because everyone loves the small scale of Garden by the Sea, the cute little house. I forget, it was John Stroop's sister used to live there. Absolutely adorable. Are there 2-story, 4-bay and 5-bay houses in the neighborhood? Absolutely. They're all over the place. And Joe, you've demonstrated that. Now, I think one of the reasons that I've been in favor of having the front of this house oriented away from Angola and towards North Mill is that the big piece of the house is facing away from Garden of the Sea, and what you're seeing is the smaller additive masses that are closer to the Garden of the Sea and therefore sort of scaling up to the bigger piece of your house. So I'm actually very in favor of, and I know Stephen said we shouldn't, choose which side we like, but I think that this side is working to the advantage of the neighborhood insofar as the big piece of the house is directing its attention away from the small context that we're all drawn to of the Garden by the Sea, and facing elsewhere. And what you get is the smaller 1.5 and single story masses that are now adjacent to Garden by the Sea. Now, that isn't going to be true of the next house down the line, but that's a story for another day. So now the only thing I would say is I'm looking at the Angola Street elevation here. And I think that somebody, I believe it may have been Holly, and Anne's group, made the point that, well, if this is in fact what we're going to be viewing from Angola, we should really kind of tidy this up. Because right now you're seriously looking at kind of like a random assembly of windows and so forth. And I could also see, I know you have a little ground coverage thing to reconcile, but here you've got this piece here, and I could easily see like a little single story shed that's doing some additive massing that again is kind of right here, between these windows. Nothing's happening there. And it could sort of reach out into the garden and provide a single story element that all of a sudden is kind of like you're working up to the 2 story as opposed to just having a 2 story right next to Angola, the way that the other house is kind of shaping up to be. So those are my comments. Oh, and thanks for breaking off the garage. That was great. So are we having for a couple more revisions here?
Motion
What do we
to
think?
hold
Yeah, I
for
would like-
revisions.
Can you just tidy up the, what, I mean, it's kind of all over the map.
Well, it is, because you have, Stephen has said rightly, I think that, it's up to the applicant to decide which way.
No, and I understand, and I'm happy that the neighborhood is finally understanding why I've been, kind of-
I'm just saying that it's a good gesture, and I know there are people that disagree with what I just said, but, no one of us is gonna be able to tell you the right course here.
You're not helping me. Thank you.
You know the drill,
I know the drill. Thank you.
all right?
Yeah.
Um,
I don't think we're that far off. I think a little.
I
close.
don't think you are. I think that we're finally
The
getting to a
important thing to
point.
see is if you're going to keep with that orientation, that side, that Angola you've got to get that, it's got to be not a Hail Mary. It's got to be a complete,
It should
you know,
look like the
touchdown.
front of a house. It should be
Yeah.
ordered. It should
I
be
want it to look timeless,
organized.
like it's been there.
yeah.
Well, it's
Look
gonna
at-
be something that you want to view as a composition because that is in fact the way you're gonna be looking at it.
Correct. And like all the other images you see, the first couple ones from the Ponyfield, 12 on gold is in those images. But Garden of the Sea is hiding a lot of it. So, I mean, that's kind of working in our favor. So,
Joe, if I may, through Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
You go down New Dollar, you see the corner 11 mil. What you see is the side of a house.
yes.
And
do.
And the common vocabulary that translates on these 4 bays and 5 bays with the Ls and the simple massing. So I think anything you can do to simplify Angola is gonna be along those patterns that we're accustomed to seeing is what's gonna make the most sense.
Yeah. And that corner is, I know it well. I was
And
hit
that's
by-
why I
I was hit by a
mentioned-
car there.
And that's why I mentioned the dormer is problematic
Yeah.
and maybe the height of the connector and so on and so forth.
Okay, well, thanks,
Is that one
everybody.
comment about the dormer?
Right across, the home across the Garden of the Sea on the other side has the same dormer I'm putting on mine.
Smaller structure, different proportions.
They're higher buildings than mine. Wow.
Yeah, and traditionally on the back of an L, you wouldn't have a dormer and then have another building.
Right. Yeah, like another
Oh,
gable.
Well,
I
yeah,
think-
this,
I
I mean,
think
this is
Holly
a different,
mentioned that.
so this is a main structure, not a connector.
That's also.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm just saying on a connector, typically on the back of an L, you wouldn't have a dormer and then another structure. You have an L
Simple.
and there'd sometimes be a chimney and, yeah, find a couple.
All right, okay. Hey, listen, I'm not seeing the part of the agenda. Do we have any like minutes to approve or anything?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Oh, can we, can
Say
I,
one?
just on the minutes, can I just
Yeah.
comment? So Esme mentioned, I thought she was still here. Esme mentioned something. Oh, you are.
Oh,
The
wait.
idea,
I'm sorry, did we take a vote?
y-
Did we vote?
what was,
Okay, let's,
we were
no,
only for
official.
revisions.
So we have to do it. Okay, so
Motion
somebody,
to hold for revision.
there we go. So that's Abby's motion. On that motion, Stephen.
Aye,
Connie.
Are
Aye.
you gonna hit
Diane.
garage and landscaping next week?
Aye.
yeah.
Yeah, if you want.
I would like.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And Abby on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Ann. Okay, what were you gonna say?
I was
about-
just gonna say, I think unless, I just think it would be beneficial if we can move the minutes that when they come in from the minute taker,
Yes,
Elena. Like Terry would send, I think Terry, what Terry used to do, she would post them on the website and she would send them to staff. So I think what we need to do is get the drafts up on the website. All right, so as opposed to delving into that, I'll leave it at that then.
I know where you're going. Let's get the engine running.
Yeah,
First,
But
before.
it sounds like we got to do a little bit of work on the engine.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Okay, so I guess we're adjourning. John?
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, John, the voice from
That's-
heaven. All those in favor of John's motion to adjourn, just say aye.